Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 10 of the Kouri Richins trial together, which is happening in Utah. She's accused of murdering her husband, Eric Richins. He died March 4th of 2022 and she was arrested May 8th of 2023. And in my opinion, it's been a very interesting trial so far. And the state has got some more witnesses today, and they said they might get to Detective O'Driscoll. That's what they said where we last left off. And that would be the final witness. So they might rest tomorrow. Can you imagine? Are we going to see Kouri on the stand then? I don't know. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the happy birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. Today is my birthday. I turned 42 today, and I am just so appreciative. Thank you for your support. Damn, your emails, coffees, all the things, the PayPals, oh my goodness, you guys spoil me rotten. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. Janet Murphy said, happy birthday and happy 41 months to you, Janet. All right, so I'm looking forward to spending the day with you as we watch this trial together. Gorilla Girl MKU said, happy birthday, G. Thanks for spending it at work. I mean, I love it. I love it. If you wanted to know what I did for my birthday to celebrate, that is on the members only playlist. It's also on Patreon, so you can check it out there. And I also had a birthday coffee this morning, a video that went out on Patreon, if you're interested for the behind the scenes, right? Okay, now I'm going to bring up the court day. It's a bit of a delayed start today, so I wanted to just start a few minutes later so we don't have to stare at the wall later. There you go. We've got that so far. Let's put the sound on. There we go. Here's the judge. There's the judge. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I must quickly put the coffees on the screen. Hold on.
We're on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel over the state and defense are present. Defendant is present. Some things to discuss. A couple of motions filed last night. We also need to discuss jail calls and the other information that will be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr.
Yes, let's start with schedule. She-Bear, a True Crime, welcome. True Crime Lover said, happy birthday, G. Glad you're spending it with us. Me too. I'm really glad. Thank you so, so much, everyone. Thank you also to Grizzly Cat for spoiling me with 50, as in 50, 50 snarky coffees. Holy crap. Thank you so much.
Bloodworth, who are the state's anticipated witnesses today?
Your Honor, Cody Wright, Matthew Throckmorton, Jaime Woody, Todd Gabler, and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy discussion regarding the state's motions and defendant's positions regarding the jail calls, the interview transcript, that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Agree.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime today. Then, let's see. The state filed a motion regarding exhibits 8-57R and 8-63R. Need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the videos. Is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they were.
It's the
it's 857
consistent
through
portion.
63.
My apologies. That's right.
And we've submitted the transcript, but of course, a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I didn't see the specific if those were the redacted. Wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that.
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
There's the 6 Carmen Law interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and 1 involving the United States Attorney's Office. And these are redacted portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Lauber.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files in box to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
And we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at the redacted version. But
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating specific portions, a very limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript, as consistent.
I just love the judge's clapbacks. I don't know what you mean by the same objection, because the defense the whole time is like same objection. They just keep saying same objection. Also, I'm going to type thank you to you in chat, because I'm so sorry if I miss anyone's today, like your membership milestone or a sticker. I'm so sorry. I'm going to be looking out for them. Thank you so much.
Statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
Okay, I'll read them. The redacted versions. Sorry,
okay.
I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I'm going to try and look at them this morning. I don't know. Let me pull them up, and then maybe
Okay.
at the break we can talk about that.
I'm not okay. We'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you can do between now and the lunch break, but let's be reasonable. Mr. Bloodworth.
All right.
Your Honor, I think that's a prerequisite to having a full discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that. Okay. Let's see. Defendant's motion for mistrial regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that.
Miss Lewis, it was your own client that mentioned it. Remember the calls we listened to on Friday? She talked about charges and all sorts of things. So yeah, let's just see where this goes. Tamara, thank you so much for the snarky coffee. Really appreciate that as well. Okay, let's continue.
In writing, they did.
Here.
It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that. What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, state can respond right now.
I'm going to need some details that I'm not sure you can provide right now. Even if you can, having it in writing would help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the factual position about what was provided when.
Your Honor, we can do that. I don't think that the state disagrees on the facts laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide something to the court in writing tomorrow morning.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not too burdensome.
Okay, sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner? That will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after I get your response.
Understood.
Okay, very good. Then, Ms. Lewis, there's also the oral motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar regarding references to quote-unquote charges in State's Exhibit 2-46. That was on March 5. We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
Can I have a minute?
This is true. Rob Balsher said, Gizzler's way to spend the perfect birthday. Invite 484K like-minded souls to a live stream where the criminal-in-chief, Kouri Richins, will hopefully get what's due to her. Happy birthday, G. Thank you so much. Can she get on the stand today? Because that'll just make this day so much better. Go up there and tell us your side of the story, Kouri.
It's 2-46.
This is the video, the audio recording, the two-part audio recording that was played. It's a recorded telephone conversation.
Oh.
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that referred to civil litigation.
Right. That motion's withdrawn.
I knew that was going to be an issue. We knew it. Okay, but now they said that motion is withdrawn. Here's Eric's sister. They also showed Eric's dad as well.
Okay. Brittany, can you make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've already forgotten the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And just confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, well, that simplifies that. We're going to take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right, very good. We'll be recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the judge.
Okay, Robin Barbie says 42 has never, ever been so beautiful. Is that so? He said 3 days is too long between trials. Sorry about that, but I saw you every day, right? Except yesterday. But I did have a member stream yesterday. But I hope that you guys checked out the other cases we talked about over the weekend. Okay, so Robin Barbie, thank you so much. And while I'm interrupting here and we're waiting for them to find a juror, Miss J. Max said, happiest of birthday to you, Gizzler. Thank you so much for such excellent content, darling. Thank you so much. And kindness is a superpower for yours as well. I'll try to keep up. You are a very generous, extremely kind, amazing community. Thank you so much for spoiling me absolutely rotten. You know I'm going to spoil the cats too with that, and Mr. Grizzly. I'll share. Okay, I'll share. So thank you so much. Okay, let's go forward now. This is why I started later, because they said let's take a 5-minute recess, and it ended up being way longer. I was thinking, because they said, ooh, the one juror hasn't arrived, let's go find them. I was thinking that juror, especially with the clock, the time change in the USA, right? We haven't changed our clocks yet. You guys have. So with the clocks changing and maybe thinking last week they started at 9:30 on a few of the days, maybe the juror thought they're starting at 9:30. Or they, I don't know, forgot about the clock change or whatever. So they're like, ooh, we got to find that one juror. So there was quite a break here. So we're going to go forward now until when they started. Okay, little artistic nook.
31500.
Thank you so much. You said happy birthday, Grizzly. Thanks for all you do. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks, Grizzlies, and Mods love being a Grizzly. Yep, I'll be spending it with you guys. Thank you so much.
139. We now have all the jurors. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, but before we call Cody Wright, the state was going to publish 8-8. That's the exhibit that we had held off on publishing to blur some faces on.
Very good. Remind me what's depicted in it. I can't quite remember.
Your Honor, it's about a 35-second video from a gathering on March the 5th, 2022, that shows the defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce Knutson, and others.
Celebrating.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis.
They've already admitted it.
I think I've already ruled on any objections to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll start in that way. I'll have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay, let's do it.
All rise for the jury.
See?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Off
thank
we
you
go.
for your patience. We'll continue with additional evidence from the state. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022, and the state was redacting some children's faces from the video. The state now moves that Exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney, did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
Okay. So that means, are we going to see the video? What? Let me read this one. Mallory said, "Oh wow, my 2-year Grizzly anniversary on your birthday. You were my first ever YouTube subscription and membership. You are incredible, G. Thank you so much."
Can you folks see that okay? Very good. Scott, please proceed.
And it does have some audio on that, Your Honor, but it's not what it sounds like.
It has
Make
some audio,
myself
but
smaller.
It's not coming through. It doesn't sound like.
Oh my.
all right.
So Eric Richins died on March 4th of 2022, and the next day they had this wake, celebration of life. One of the friends testified to this on Friday, on day 9 of the trial, so we will have a look. Apparently now we're going to see some of this, right? Thank you, Southern Cali B.
I don't know why that is. Scott, let's try again.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we admitted this through Ali staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood. Scott, would you pause? Would you disconnect and reconnect, and we'll just start over? Check the settings on your end, please.
I'll do it, Your Honor.
Okay, ready? Run.
Okay, I'm getting all free.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going. Ron, take that all out of here.
Corey's in the corner on the right-hand side here.
You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Corey, you're looking... I don't know what this look is actually, but okay.
The state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Cody Wright.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Cody Wright.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T.
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together. And that was another journey in and of itself. That was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when?
Sorry, quick pause. Sizzle said, is Kouri in jail for this trial or out on bail? She's in jail. She's been in jail since May 8th of 2023.
Running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
Shame. I'm going to quickly answer a question here. Thank you, Diane May, for the coffees. Precious Gem said, do you think that Kouri had some ideas with Josh? Josh Grossman was her boyfriend, and we saw him testify as well. Thank you so much. You said he ate those hush puppies, and he said he didn't wake up until 11 p.m. Can you elaborate on this? If you know anything, please share. I have no idea. I can't elaborate on it. I don't know more about it. I have no idea what happened there. Wish we had more context, right? What was in the hush puppy, and what is it? I don't know. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your support.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September and sometimes October and sometimes November and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
and
quite a few days.
Would you travel together to hunt?
Yes. Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
What was your business relationship
Irene said Eric seems like such a wonderful person. I know, he really does, right? Deborah, thank you so much.
in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners. So we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business. Although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work. Eric took care of the stonework side. So we did have it split to where he took care of his projects. I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't. And so he would take care of those clients and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward each year. We'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Maurice in Australia said he still says is and not was, right? Shame. He's still coming to terms with his friend and business partner's death. Shame, man.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before you passed?
We had, I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at. Eric's plan was, let's grow this thing and keep going. And I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, that all of our emails would come through. That way we could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins Realty?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go forward a little bit here. Kouri. Therapist LA said, happy birthday, Gisela. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I'm trying to keep up, you guys. You guys are so amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, let's try to go forward a little bit here. Ooh, it's quite a long sidebar, this. Okay, Jules, thank you so much. Wow, that's a very long sidebar. Okay, here, wait, they're coming back here. Okay.
Sir, did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins' business?
Yes.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it an extraordinary service?
Hey, Kouri's back to making faces, guys. At witnesses. Look at her. She's challenging the witness with her face again. Stop it.
Circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
And was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022?
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Your Honor,
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with that I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2? It's 849. It's the exemplars. Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3? Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
Stefan said, is Kouri wearing a blanket today? Looks like it. Is she going to confess then? like Joseph Relasso. Loveland, thank you so much, from KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Very nice.
These 4 pages of tab 3. Sir, did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir, tab 13. Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Cody Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
He has it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we don't have it.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
Okay, I can
Okay.
see it on the
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll fix that during a break, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence with mistaking.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah, defendants 1089-1089. Trust and verify.
RLJ LE3 HW said, Scott on the ball today. Yes, Scott is. He's got that cool moustache and he assists them with all the technical stuff in this trial, right? Like when they have to present an exhibit or get the sound working again and all of that. IT assistance.
Okay, very good. There you are.
Sir, are you married to Allie Wright?
Yes.
Is Allie Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you. Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain. Hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Sir, do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, so we heard a lot. That they both had home offices, so that means Kouri could have access to the CNE stonemasonry business email, and Cody didn't change the life insurance details for the business. He doesn't know that Eric did, so that leaves most likely Kouri did. Remember all that when it was changed and changed back and then changed again? All of that. So we heard about that. We heard lots of things actually in this friend and business partner's testimony. So if you've only joined now, I hope you'll go check it out afterwards. I'll make sure to timestamp it for you. Let's see how cross-examination goes. Obviously, importantly, we heard that Eric didn't take heart-attack pain pills, well, I think he said never. No pain pills, no illicit drug use, none of that. His friend who saw him all the time and business partner didn't see him take any of that.
There's more water than that, correct? Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about CNE a little bit. You mentioned that the, excuse me, Your Honor.
The court coffer today is sponsored by the defense. Karina, thank you so much. You said, baie geluk met jou verjaarsdag. Thank you so much. That means happy birthday in Afrikaans. I really appreciate it from South Africa. Now, I wanted to tell you something. What was it? Oh, yeah. Everybody is sending me an email to say, did I see that the defense did an interview with KUTV2? They did, but it was 4 months ago. I did see it, though. So if you haven't seen it, yeah. KUTV2 interviewed the defense team, all three of them, before the trial, 4 months before the trial started. So if you haven't seen it, yeah, it's interesting, especially with all the information that's come out at the trial. I feel like most of that was debunked, right? Thank you, Pippa.
You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing, yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50?
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year?
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection, Your Honor, relevancy.
If you approach, please.
Oh dear. We already got a sidebar. Let's go forward. Kouri with the slow blinking. Oh my word. Sorry about that. Sure. Okay, wait. Okay, here they come. Off we go. You tell them, Judge. Copper horse, did you remember to press the like button? Check that it works today, you guys. You never know, it might not. Have a look if it works. Give it a click.
Just restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So, how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year? Income.
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
Personally.
Personally. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
You know what Kouri made? Lots and lots of debt. $7.5 million of debt. Okay, next question.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
If you pause there for a moment, Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection foundation.
Yeah, would you approach for a minute?
The defense is like, what? We just want to ask some more personal questions. How much money did you make, sir? Huh? Does it matter? If it was $5, Kouri would still want it because she had $7.5 million of debt. So I would say objection, relevance. Okay, we go like this.
All right.
Foundation is sustained. Ms.
Stop
Nestor.
it, defense.
All right. Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
Right. And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen?
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll, is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being.
Oh my word, Kouri, stop it. What? I did ask to be removed from the payroll. Why? You thought you're going to look better? You think that's going to give you some kind of little halo or what, Kouri? What the hell? Look at her face. Oh my word.
Longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple of months.
Okay. You also had as part of your company a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
It's through C&E.
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested, or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs,
rehab costs.
right? And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right.
I'm just trying to mimic her face. Hold on. When she's like, Kouri, I think you're probably the least likable person in the room, even though you're fighting for your freedom at your fair trial. I wouldn't be making faces like that at these witnesses, especially not Eric's business partner and friend. You're gonna be like, really? Don't do, look now. She's like, yeah, you see that, jury? That's not gonna help. You can't manipulate them. They're hearing the evidence. Okay.
And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of
Objection,
20.
Your Honor. Just foundation. The beneficiary change is on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive, and I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because when it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
Kouri. Shame. It was changed from Cody to Kouri back, and then it changed back. And then I think that shows somebody else did it, meaning maybe this one, because then the next one that was fiddled with was Eric. So it was like, ooh, let's change Cody's to my name. Oh, crap. No, not that. Let's change Eric's to my name. There you go. Okay.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was
which is a red flag, you know. That means that Cody's life was in danger too, in my opinion. But I think it was just an admin error that Kouri made, in my opinion, based on everything that we've heard.
it's changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy, no.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I did
the
not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
You paid the
and
trust.
I put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as
to
I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain. So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable.
Shame. Like a pinched nerve is so painful, right? If you've ever had one, ooh, horrible. Jenny Lynn said she should be told to stop. Witness intimidation of any kind coming from the defendant is not acceptable. I agree. I am surprised the judge hasn't told her to stop making those faces, man. RALB says G is the best. Her coverage is always entertaining. Thank you for being a member for 16 months.
Able to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's
Different
fair to
times, but not together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith,
I
yes?
believe so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies?
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
Okay. And
We don't even know that he used that. It could have just been Kouri. It was in Kouri's bag when they went on a trip to, I think, Hawaii. There was none of it in Eric's system when he died. I feel like it's all Kouri's. And when they went back to the house for like 12 search warrants, there were more, like as in more acquired over time. Yeah, I think it's her with the gummies. We don't know if Eric took any. So, okay, I think it was Kouri and her friends. Grizzly Cubby says, happy birthday, G. Wish you the best. Sent you a PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the PayPal. I see them. I could see them here on my other screen. I really, really appreciate it so much.
again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This line of question calls for hearsay.
Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question, please.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Who are the people? Miss Nestor, I'll leave it. Ma'am. Ask specific questions, right? Facts Matter said, not even THC.
Hearsay.
Well, it's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yeah, it's out. No. Look at the defense, eh? What do we do now? You know what you did. Somebody said, Channel 3, I thought Eric put gummies in Kouri's luggage. According to Kouri. You know? We don't know what actually happened there. Thank you so much, Lizzie Lou. It could be that they got to the holiday destination and then she had gummies in her bag and maybe Eric's like, what are you thinking? You can't fly with those in your bag. Like, what the hell? You don't know if it was like that, you know? It's hearsay from Kouri.
Is out. What have people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that, is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
And your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D?
I mean, if they're both at home offices, if they work from home, how would he know? Like, yep, saw him working, definitely saw him work. How do you know? How do you know? You know what I mean? Scott Wilson, thank you so much.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use ours. Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph, and Eric.
Pause for one moment, Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some foundation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off?
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
To get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Not an objection, calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor.
Please approach.
Please approach the naughty corner. Kouri, you as well. Get up there. Let the judge admonish you. Thank you so much all for being here today, for watching this trial with me, and especially for being here today to spend my birthday with me. I really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you. All right, I think it's not such a long sidebar. Look here, they're back. Wait.
A ride to the doctor.
Hi. There we go. They're back. Okay. How about now? Can't go forward too much.
Did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died, on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
I believe that's where it was, yes.
And you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that, at that lunch appointment.
All right.
And like, where are we headed with, like, did you see this? You see this aerial footage? You see that house, huh? Yeah, and you went for lunch. Huh? Again, where are we going with this cross-examination? Hopefully somewhere. Lisa Davey said, it's weird that any mom would have THC gummies after the fact that Eric had 0 THC in his system. Also, with her kids in the house, they are going to think it's candy. They are CBD gummies for stress or inflammation, right? To have those gummies in the house and even have more of them at some point. What if you thought that your husband took a whole bunch of THC gummies, drank a Moscow Mule and a lemon drop, and then just took a whole bunch of fent? Would you not be throwing all that out of the house? Would you not be like, holy crap, I never saw this coming? What? Got to keep the kids safe. But no, she didn't do that. There was no trace of fent in the house, which is also odd, right?
And then you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was a C&E owned computer that we needed the
Did-
company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into the?
Hold on. Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
a non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay.
So the defense is still busy with this, thinking that what, Eric's truck had a bunch of baggies of what, fent in it? And that his sisters and friends quickly came to, just clean out that stuff from the truck. That's kind of what they've been insinuating here and there from their cross-examinations.
Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody,
Yes.
and you kept that truck.
Yes.
You still have it.
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? But like a personal truck.
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
Right. And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay. And when you
Well,
found out,
Nice. So that came out. Oh, so Kouri was instructed, don't drive that truck, and she drove it anyway. Thanks. We heard that. Thanks a lot, defense. She did something else naughty, right?
Knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought
good.
you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You did?
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No.
You didn't discuss it with her at all.
No.
You just took it from the dealership.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. And there is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay.
And so it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven
Where's the truck now?
in somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free.
I did not give it to her, no.
You sold it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed, were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
The one that Kouri drove that she wasn't supposed to? Is that so? Damn, the way the the way the defense has to defend their client by just blaming Katie, the sister, Eric's sister, like what? You, ma'am, almost sound jealous like Kouri of the money and the trucks and everything, right? It doesn't come across very well. Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay. Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
Yeah.
They usually ask this, you know. They've done it with a few witnesses. Oh, so you've been like supporting Eric's family, huh? You're buddy with them, aren't you? Been at court hearings with them, haven't you? Family of your business partner and friend, huh? Yes. And they all answer, yeah. Okay.
Court's indulgence for just, one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know that.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
The judge must say, no. He won't. It'll be so funny if he's like, no. Gesundheit to the court sneezer.
Only if you know, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know?
Ooh, careful now, Miss Nestor. What are you going to imply now, huh? Interesting.
When?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Late
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever go
Sure.
with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I know?
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It's a general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora,
around Sonora.
somewhere.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, from your perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right, and he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Was that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
But did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I just love how the judge is like, it's with it. You can hear it's almost like you opened the door. I wish you could see the judge's face as he says all this. Like, objection here, say, you opened the door. And objection, this is within the scope of what you asked. Love it so much.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends, and I want to be a support where I can.
Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Shame, there's Eric's sister. Shame. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the jury can relate to that. Just like, I loved Eric. We were business partners. We were friends. Like, yeah. He wants to see justice for Eric. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the defense was trying to imply. Like, ooh, they're all working together. The victim's family and friends against poor, sweet Kouri. I don't think after everything we've seen, anybody will believe that, particularly not when you remind yourself, thank you, Maricel, when you remind yourself that, holy crap, Kouri was even willing to steal from her best friend con her into that whole property buying, sold it to someone else. The friend didn't even know, which resulted in her best friend losing the home that she thought she bought, and that best friend had 4 children in the home as well. That's how cold Kouri is. So I think anyone will understand that Cody will be in the courtroom supporting Eric's family and friends, right? You know? So yeah, I feel like I'm so glad the defense opened those doors, which they did on their cross-examination. Linda Long said, happy birthday, Grizzly. Thanks for all the snark. Thank you so much. Stefan said, should have thought about that beforehand, Miss Nestor. Oh dear, Court Lurker says, Nestor is all in hissy now. Let's hear.
Of course.
Oh, we're approaching not a recross, is it? Interesting. Damn, sometimes you glance and you see people make the weirdest comments, hey? What? If you know, you know. Anyway, Beta Paris said, happy birthday, G. Kouri is a bad person, but did the DA prove to anyone that Kouri's poisoned him, and the big thing, why the Emmy never changed the death certificate? Well, it's circumstantial, and many cases are proven on circumstantial evidence. You've got to see the whole picture and all the evidence we've seen so far, and it all points to Kouri. In my opinion, I think she's going down.
Folks, this would be enough.
Did they prove that she absolutely put fent in the cup? No. She washed the cups already. But there's so much more than that. And you say, why did the Emmy never change the death certificate? Well, because it's undetermined. You know? I don't think they will. Because I don't think they will. You know? Let's leave it at that. 13 Myers said, happy to catch the live with everyone, and happy birthday to you, G. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much.
Opportune time for a restroom break. Who's about to take one anyways?
A
Please
comfort
rise for
break.
the jury.
Kouri's in pants today, everyone. Without putting a jacket in front of her. Interesting. Kouri's got her cranky pants on today. We
All right, folks, have a seat.
have our full snark suits on.
Your Honor, we can pull it up on the screen if you give me just 1 second.
No problem.
Yeah, Stefan said they don't change undetermined in the death certificate. Right? Let's see what else you guys could say. And then they're going to take a break, which we're going to skip over.
Would you see if we can fix the screen at table 2? Okay.
John, can I step to the card room for a minute?
Of course. Mr. Wright, I'm not certain, but I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. Okay. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby? Please do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we can put it on the screen for you, or do you want me to wait, Mr. Gabler?
We just wait a moment. Yeah. We're just trying to fix his screen. Page 60 is. Is there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15 and go through the beginning of the next page.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment. Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 16, line beginning at line 15. And were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion in limine that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well, that's
In the motion in limine, and we're scrambling in the back to get this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school. So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read.
Yeah, one moment. Lisa Marie said, how old are you today, G? The world wants to know. How do you know the world wants to know? Also, it doesn't mean you want to know. Don't you know that I'm AI? So I don't actually have an age, but if you'd like to log it in human years, it's 42. As a human, I would be 42 today. Okay, thank you so much.
My ruling.
Yes, sir.
Oh my word. The attitude, it's like, sure, it's so wild from the defense.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Cody Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is set on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming...
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Cody Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
And it's very important. Sorry. Do tell the judge that it's very important. Okay. Let's see how that goes.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point? Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks...
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not? I'm sorry.
No. I don't have control over what they're showing me.
I can email it.
If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
So
It is now, yeah.
So at the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Cody Wright says he has no idea what red devils were.
He says prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Yeah, he said pain pills. He said pain pills, guys, which in Catherine Nestor's mind is the same as illicit street drugs. He took it. Like, ma'am, really? You're going to be like, he took pain? Just stop it.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury. I
But
don't
you
want to
want
give a
to,
chance.
you don't want to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You
That's
don't
it.
have any foundation that red devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question.
Why don't they get that? Why does the defense attorney think that pain pills are illicit street drugs? Like, what? Oh my word. Little Miss Kirk, thank you so much for the snarky coffee. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Stefan's like Tylenol? Illicit street drugs? Mm-hmm. I think we should put the defense attorney on the stand. Have you ever taken Tylenol? How about, is paracetamol the same there? Sorry, we call paracetamol. Have you ever taken paracetamol? Huh? Ibuprofen? Yeah, look at you go with those illicit street drugs. Impeach that defense attorney.
This is an important difference. Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that
If you buy pain pills,
please
I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that red devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken,
they?
if that are being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says red devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what red devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are illicit drugs that he's using.
You can't say that. If high school students are saying red devils, if they say that for prescription medication, for pain pills, you can't be like, yep, that's definitely illicit street drugs. Definitely. Like, what is what is happening? Objection cake, thank you for the 3 snarky coffees.
Using in high school. So
No, there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not. And you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescription from prescriptions, that's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
if you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure.
Oh my word, are they going to go and look at our live stream or court TVs and be like, yep, we got the transcript? Stop it. Stop it. Counting rice, thank you so much.
While that occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35. All rise.
Yes, Kouri, it's time for a break. Go crap your pants because it's not going well. Your defense thinks that Red Devils, aka pain pills that a high school student took, is illicit street drugs. You're effed, Kouri. You're going down. Oh my word. Okay, let's go forward.
Here for this discussion.
Damn.
As we discussed on the record during the hearing on the parties' various motions in limine, the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion in limine hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there is any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Cody Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing. Having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were Red Devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what Red Devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question. Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs. Okay.
So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in for that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call back in.
Okay, very good. May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take the stand for me.
Mr. Wright, no pressure, but get up there. Oh no, and this is a lot of pressure. That's what I mean. This is stressful now. Okay, here we go.
If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one. You are still under oath. Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right.
May it please the court?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect, when Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection, foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead.
Do
Ms. Nestor.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether it was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right. And
I wish they would ask who told him that, because I'm thinking it's Kouri and her told stories of like, yep, he took that because she changed her tune before she was arrested. She's like, he's never. The minute she was arrested, she's like, yep, he took pain pills in high school. That guy was taking things. And I think Kouri was maybe, if Eric, the victim in this case, took any pain pills in high school. Okay, that's one thing. Equally, maybe, Kouri took a whole bunch of things as an adult. And that's the issue here. What did you take? What did you buy? Why'd you buy fent? Why'd you buy it 4 times? Why did Eric end up being, overdosed with fent? What did you do with the money? Why did you need the money? So many questions.
And then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils. Is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red Devils...
Later on in life.
Did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. So when you testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric...
Sudafed? I don't know what that is, but I looked it up and I'm like, what? It's for head cold and sinus congestion relief? Well done, defense. Okay then, moving on.
Or you became aware...
Illicit street drugs, you guys. Sudafed. Okay. That's not embarrassing at all, defense. Damn.
Later, that in high school, Eric abused Red Devils, and pain pills. Do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Him and his high school buddies took some. Sudafed. Stop it.
Your Honor, do you need more than that?
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Okay. Let me just think for 1 second if there's anything else. When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury, that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs. That's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you?
Damn, but Miss Nesta just goes ahead with it. I can ask him what and then just goes ahead without the judge even ruling on it. Stefan said, that's like they took vitamin C. Right, right.
Restate that, I'm sorry.
You intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer, sorry?
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you'd ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs. Did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school, and that's what I know.
All right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs, and you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school, what would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs.
Who told you? Yeah, exactly. You guys are saying, so it's hearsay then. It sounds to me like a whole lot of hearsay, right?
Or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of word effort?
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills
Who said it? Who said it?
they were popping or anything to that
Thank you.
extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge.
Who are the people?
Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond.
By who? Please, please, could the state ask? Listen, state. Please. Because if it's going to be Kouri, you'll be like, okay.
High school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but if people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure because I heard that clarification, and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please
Oh,
don't speak to
shame.
anybody in the lobby.
Make you take a walk. Sorry, sir. Sorry, I'm trying to hear the hot mic.
Ms.
Yeah, Sharon says he can't say who because then it would become hearsay. It all sounds like hearsay anyway. People say it. Who are the people? This all, like, really? And even if, I will maintain, victims do not have to be perfect, victims of crime, even if Eric popped pills in high school, even if he took THC gummies, there's no other evidence of him taking anything else, not since high school. The THC gummies, there was no THC in his system when he died. So, like, what is this? Yeah. We know Kouri bought a whole bunch of fent for unknown reasons. Well, unknown. Right. Anyway, Stefan said, no, Miss Nestor, your whole intent was to annoy us. Thank you.
Is there any further argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through Voire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution would be reversible error, and we're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
We want him impeached no matter what, okay? This is the only chance my client has. Man. Okay, let's all look at the big picture. Why would Kouri be the one buying fent? Why 4 times? Why after Eric died? If the theory from the defense is that Eric needed it, you know what I mean? And where is it? Why was it nowhere? At the house? The defense wants you to think it's in the truck. Okay. And that his family helped him clear. The theory gets bigger. The rabbit hole gets bigger. Okay, if you go down that one. But if Kouri bought her husband fent because he was a big old pill popper, according to the defense. Okay. Why would Kouri clear the whole house of it and not say, oh my word, I can't believe it, and just say, well, he had a problem? She, in fact, said, for an entire year and 2 months, he never took any drugs. No illicit drugs, no pills, nothing. She continued to tell the police he never, ever took drugs. The minute the silver bracelets came out and Kouri was arrested, she's like, you know what? He took it. Yeah, it was him. He took it. Okay.
Mr. Glenn.
Your Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motions here, and by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
Ooh, let's hear what the judge is going to say. Firstly, Lori Dion said, no, it's not. Lol, nothing has pointed to a pill addiction yet. Exactly. And Fantasy Final Fian said, in high school, not in college or as an adult. That too, there's zero evidence of that. They're like, aha, but that once upon a time in high school? Okay.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. To deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call, in our case, an expert who would testify that Red Devils were, in fact, PCP in that period of time. They were not Sudafed. The DEA had.
You don't know that. If high school students said Red Devils for Sudafed, then they said it. The high school students nickname almost everything. Come on. Oh, my word.
A pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Cody Wright's testimony, all of the issues that Mr.
You lost me there.
On redirect, the redirect testimony.
Look at the judge. Wait a minute. Whoa, you lost me here. Damn. Okay.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
what is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted.
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because
It's
we were
not
told.
coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert, that we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor, if Eric Richins had a drug problem. And if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent. And we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows.
Nope. Pause. Nope. If somebody struggles with substance abuse, one could, for example, there could be killers that give them hot shots, that could overdose them, that could do all sorts of things. It doesn't mean she's innocent. Just stop it. One does not mean the other. And there is zero evidence that Eric Richins was addicted to anything. And if they want to use the high school popping pills, which somebody who has no idea about anything about substances, he said it himself. He's using the term. He's like, I don't know, I heard he was popping pills. I don't know. Something about Red Devil, something about Sudafed, a decongestant. Come on. High school? You're going to rely on that and be like, those high school boys, they said Red Devils, and therefore we've got an expert that'll say what that is. You don't know what the high school students meant. You don't know. Boys and girls, sorry. You don't know. Anyway, sorry, I had to pause there. Okay, here we go.
And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No, any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
Can
Look at Miss Lewis's face. Oh man, that's not looking very hopeful in how this is going. It's not going well. Also, Brenda T24 said, if he was addicted to pills, there wouldn't have been pain pills left from 2016. I mean, where's the evidence, right? That too, right? Taylor TJ said, Mrs. Nestor, are you on Red Devils? What are Red Devils, Mrs. Nestor? You explain. High school students explain. They used a nickname. I don't know. Oh man, look at Corey's face.
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Cody Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
You don't know that.
He
With
did.
respect, he didn't. But
Okay, well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right.
Oh my word. Shame. So now asking him again and saying he heard popping pills. Earlier talking about Red Devils. Now the defense has said, well, see, then he was popping pills and taking Red Devils. We can't, I don't know. I didn't hear that. That it was separate now.
We pause. Anything further?
I love the way the judge looks at them. That's a snarky face if I've ever seen one. I like it a lot. Professional, but very snarky.
We have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal? You now know what Mr. Wright's going to say. And if you need to
Do it, state.
confer,
Do it, state. I don't think there's a risk. Because even if it sounds like the witness is like, yep, yeah, he was popping pills. Even if a juror's like, what? Still doesn't mean that Kouri's innocent. Sometimes in cases, people take advantage of people who are addicted to substances. But there's no evidence of that in this case. But still, you know what I mean? Even if you go worst case scenario, well, then did Kouri just push him over the edge or what? Because she needed money. We all know that. The motive, they don't have to show motive, but it's pretty damn clear, huh? It's pretty clear. Juanita, welcome.
with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court the expert disclosure as it relates to...
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Can I step back?
Of course.
Okay. Ooh, okay. There's a little, yeah, they're stepping back and there's going to be a little break.
We're off the record for the moment.
Okay, off the record for the moment. Let's go forward.
Been told.
Wait.
I'm not.
Okay, it wasn't very long. Sorry, we'll just wait here. Pat says, Your Honor, I opened the door to show something that was not true. How dare you not let me manipulate the evidence to my way? How else can I win this case? Oh, dear.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling in the record.
Okay. Very good. Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can't remember. Did we?
I'm not persuaded that you've provided a basis to strike Mr. Wright's statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how we ended it with the witness because so much has happened. So.
I think you had the witness on recross.
Oh, I approached before I recrossed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
Shame. How are they going to have recross if they can't even remember where we left off? Okay. There's Mr. Ramos with interesting body language. He's taking over the table. Oh, we're blocking Kouri out. What's going on here? Excuse me, Mr. Ramos. We'd like to see her face. Sir. I think he's muting the mics. That's what he's doing. He's realized there's hot mics going on. Oh, yeah, that's what he's doing. I see it now. Come on, don't ruin it. Bianca, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You said, happy birthday, G. I'm a longtime fan celebrating my birthday on the 11th too. Thanks for all you do. Really, this is the only channel I enjoy watching. Thank you. And happy early birthday to you and everyone celebrating today, this month, last week, whenever. Thank you so much. Okay. Whoa. Sir, no. Get your fingers off the mute button. We want to listen in. Man. No recross then, huh?
Refresh my recollection, because a lot has gone under the bridge, and I just had to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross within the scope of this redirect.
Very good. If we could invite the jury back in, please.
Stefan, you have not told me to do my squats today. I do have to go and stretch just now. I haven't stretched today. I've been so naughty. We're over 2 hours. I normally go every hour. Sorry about that, but let's just wait for the next witness to get on the stand. Then I will, okay? And you can too. 20 squats, everyone.
Oh, well, we'll invite him back in. Yeah. If you can get him. Thanks, Mr. Valentine.
Genesee Gal, thanks for spoiling the mods with 5 trial coffees. Angela Bobangela said, I feel like the state needs to lean into lack of evidence that shows Eric was buying drugs himself. Also that he wasn't getting prescribed so much pain med that a doc refused to any longer. Yeah.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Wright, if you would take the stand again, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Wright, you're still under oath. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
Okay. So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you.
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later.
Or so, yeah, months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
Very good.
Damn, you guys spoil me so much. Thank you so much. Matthew Throckmorton. That's a cool name. He's going to take the stand now. Kristen, thank you so much. You said, happy birthday, Grizzly. Some Sudafed are red. They have been taken off the shelf and put behind the pharmacy. You need to show ID. Now, right? But what about back then? What about back then? Oh, what like 20 years ago. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmorton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So how long have you been doing that, forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay. Have you had to maintain continuing training?
Yes.
In the intervening years?
Yes, I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes, I've actually been a guest instructor at Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries, and I've also taught classes at the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
Are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay. Before we move on to the second one, I wanted to...
Hey, Kouri, I think we're about to hear that you're a big old forger.
Just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain it.
Habits are part of an individual's writing where they, most of the time, they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T. Is the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline? When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us, and then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the formation of the letters. Those are just subject to habit.
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing in school. We're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with making it look like how we see it. And again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like. As our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about individuality. What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There was a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as CAM being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Kam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies, he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners, starting as interns, going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known. I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings, one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything, first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document, and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes. I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person, or was it authored by two different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does the question a known writing? Were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay.
What are we going to analyze? Is it the walk the dog letter? Is it the orange notebook? Is it documents that Kouri forged Eric's signature on?
IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody. Does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own.
Okay.
And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it, might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document. That I didn't have the original, I was only looking at a copy, I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person, but the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy, could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was, so I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion?
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word, okay. In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you...
And what did you apply them on? I can't wait. I can't wait. Jennifer Hodge, you said, happy birthday, G. You have been subbing to your channel back when there were maybe 24 people were subbed. That's amazing. Thank you for being an original Grizzly and OG. I really, really appreciate that you're still here. Thanks for participating in chat as well. You said, I love this channel, G. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay. Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
One moment, please. Would you like to publish, Mr.?
Yes, please,
Okay.
Your Honor.
We're going to publish something. Sorry, sir, to pause you like that. Pippa said, I'm trying to catch up. Sudafed in Australia is used for cold and flu and allergies. An ingredient in it is used in something I won't say. I'll say mathematics for YouTube. So you have to present an ID when buying it from a pharmacy in Australia, right? But we need to know from 20 years ago in America, how did high school students get it? Did someone get it over the counter or whatever? And either way, I just think all of that was so irrelevant, right? Thank you so much for your Australian dollar sticker. Here we go. Here we go.
7-21 is published.
Okay.
What is it? Oh.
Let's just scroll through it.
Ah, there it is. Oh, an application for life insurance. So she was forging, well, allegedly. Sorry about that. Let's see. Public record. Let's give a YouTube disclaimer. YouTube, this is public record presented at a trial. So the state is now trying to prove their case by showing this, okay?
From top to bottom, just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after a regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it because of when? Is there some limitation on PDFs that, for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom into a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay. So
So this is essentially a handwriting expert. We saw this as well in the eye drops murder trial, the trial of Jesse Kershevsky. Do you remember that? Oh my word. Also, there was also a handwriting expert, which is important for the jury to consider, because Kouri is charged with aggravated attempted murder. She's charged with aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. So this could get interesting. Now let's hear it.
case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8-49. Can you take a look at that and review it for a moment?
Yes. Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Oh dear, okay. Quick break. Thank you, Millie. Kouri. How long is this? Oh, it's okay. We'll skip over this, don't worry.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Throckmorton, I need to take a 5-minute break. We'll just say until 11:40, all right? Please do not speak to anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
I know you've done this before.
Yes.
Very good, sir. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 11:40. Thank you. Court's off the record.
Okay, let's skip forward now. I just want to say thank you. I see your PayPals, okay? I'm going to reply individually to you guys sending PayPals. Thank you so much for spoiling me there. That is direct support. I really appreciate it. Please don't think that I don't see it. I can see it. I see it happening right now. I really, really appreciate it. Cynthia, yours is the latest one. Thank you so much for your PayPal. Ready? Let's go forward. Wait. Almost there. Yeah. Now, what is Kouri writing? Not much. It looks like she's pretending to write, but that pen is not moving.
Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. I promise I'm paying attention to the temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this State's Exhibit 849, have you had a chance to look through the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
Stefan says Kouri is writing something to show that this is not her handwriting. That's probably what she's doing. Thank you, Alyssa.
Do those look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys, and
Is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
yes,
Okay. And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was
Or
hired by
Katie?
the attorneys at Bennett Tuller,
Okay.
who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the?
I received
Bennett Tuller.
a $900 retainer to help with that.
Okay. Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay.
There's also tax documents and
Okay.
receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes,
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
The orange
Chelsea
notebook.
Gibson? to
That's
be precise?
correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tuller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes. I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Okay. Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Burmester?
Oh dear. Looks like they'll come back very quickly, so. Okay, we shall wait. All right, Lily Lexi is offering a coffee for a like, meaning, hey, all of you that hit the like button, you're getting a coffee from Lily Lexi. Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a look. Did you prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial, or for trial today?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at just
Presentation time.
Counsel, 8-28, please.
The witness has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay. Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828.
Pause. Let's read. Okay, wait. Let me take off my banner for a second here so we can really read the whole thing. Okay. Exhibit 3. Q3. Eric Eugene Richins' signature versus known signature of Eric Eugene Richins. The purported signed name of Mr. Eric Eugene Richins on page 2 of Q3 is not consistent with the signatures throughout his known samples. The uppercase E's are connected in the question signature, and the second E starts at the baseline, unlike the known E's. In the question signature, the second E connects to the R, unlike any of the known signatures. There's no evidence that Mr. Richins signed Q3, and he probably did not. It appears to be simulated forgeries. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's hear it from him now. Thank you, Sarah.
It is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the true stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question, 3 is the series of documents, page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below, are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known, 1 stands for the group of documents, P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then, so did you take the one from the true stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the date that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay, I want to, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone? And let's just look at 828 for a moment.
Thank you.
While I'm thinking of it, there appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER. And the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made. When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, kind of more squared than normal, comes back down towards the baseline towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, the things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, pen lift between the E and the R, and that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing too is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. That they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing too to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple of things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom of the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. You can take a seat, please. Now, your opinion.
Defense, what you gonna say, huh? You're gonna say this is all junk science, huh? But the one looks different compared to all the others, huh? And she's not giving attitude now. Oh, now you're doing slow blinks and looking at the jury. Yep, they rubbing your nose in it, Kouri. You messed up.
And was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy, the true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well. I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you could find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness. I have off. It's in front of the jury. Of course it was accepted.
May it please the court. Almost good afternoon. Good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk about your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that, that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time. I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment. They also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee. You're right about that. But they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that? He said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified by any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Yes, and I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to
Objection,
you.
Foundation.
He got a PDF, you guys, and you know what? Doesn't take certification to see that Kouri forged that signature, am I right? All the others look a certain way, and that one looks different. It's so obvious. Oh my word. Shame, Kouri, you failed so badly that it's so obvious. But yeah, good luck with this.
Well, these are yes or no questions. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right. And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 781. I believe this has been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
8-4?
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Just for
Seriously.
his.
Even with the PDF, even with the fax, even with, I don't know, you could see that signature is different. And who wanted the money? Kouri. Why? Because she made so much debt, which is allegedly her motive for killing her husband.
Review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on.
Which one you're doing.
Correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says in the one you're using that the question and known were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right? That
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
May we approach?
Sure.
Yeah, someone should be like, sure, just forge my signature. Do that. It's not legal. Right. The Stephen Sherry Show. Holy crap. Thank you for your super sticker. You're spoiling me so much. You said you deserve all the gifts you are getting. You work very hard and on your birthday. Thank you so much. I mean, they can't say for certain. That's why it says it's probably not Eric. It makes sense, right? Anyway, defense is doing what they gotta do. You know, what would you do? What would you do if you were Kouri's defense attorney? Oh dear.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see your
Probably not great for the defense to bring that in. Rather just point out that, as Tracy Smith said, to be fair, he never said Kouri signed it. If I was a defense attorney there for Kouri, I'd leave it at that. So you can't say that my client signed this. No, I can't. Okay, done. End of cross. Thank you, Martha. Right? Because now it's like, oh, but maybe she got permission to. Okay, but now you're opening the door again that she signed it, right? Why would you do that? Anyway.
You're a married man.
Because she did.
Yes.
On your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead. What's
Okay.
your next question? Sustain.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do
Sir.
forensic documents?
Stop it, sir. Was he about to say yes? He was like, no, sir, say no, never. Don't. I don't think anyone should be signing anyone's, as in forging signatures. Don't do that. Okay. No is the answer. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, I'll go a few seconds back here.
Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
Did I go too far back? Oh, crap.
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
Sorry, it's such a long stream. When you click just a little bit back, you go all the way back. Hold on. There you go. Let's see that one more
And
time.
were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability.
We knew they're going there.
Objection.
Look at his face.
States the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo. That is
Foundation,
not
Mr. Hermes. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation as necessary?
Certainly, certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national? I'm sorry, I need to need a little bit of water. Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled "Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States: A Path Forward"?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
This witness is not pleased with this line of questioning. Oh my word. Loving and caring said, thanks for coverage. Relaxing after granddaughter being born late. Last night late. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your support.
You talked about an error rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
The same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified,
Fair.
and that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same,
Which is what?
is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors in handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
Unless it's as obvious as Kouri's forgery was. Carla Newell, thank you for being a member for 30 months. You said, I've been lurking with surgeries and whatnot. I miss my Grizzly. Thank you for lurking, and I hope that you heal soon.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in? No. Nope. And you relied on all of those documents in concluding whether or not making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to let me see. Court's indulgence. Can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
If any of you are joining membership today, thank you, Shan Simone. please check out the members only playlist because yesterday we had a little birthday party. Okay, you might want to check that out. And I told you everything I got up to yesterday for my birthday. So if you're new, go and see the members only playlist as your homework after today's trial day. Loving and Caring said happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Thank you.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried. I know it's annoying to listen to. Give me just a second. Sorry. Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right. And what was that?
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second, if you'd approach.
Damn, okay. Just gonna leave it there for a moment. Tracy said, that's a sign. You mean that her voice is going? give it a rest. Oh my. I was offering a Ricola. That's what I was doing. Would Attorney Nestor like a Ricola? I don't know if that's gonna help much actually. Oh dear. Thank you so much again all for being here. Really appreciate you spending the day with me and watching this trial with me. I think the state might rest tomorrow based on them saying all the witnesses they're going to have today. And they hope to get Detective Driscoll on the stand today, which will continue tomorrow. That's their final witness.
Okay. Oh, my throat, my voice.
Oh, okay. Maybe her voice came back immediately. I mean, Detective Driscoll could be on there for 4 days for all we know. This trial is scheduled to last until March 27th, just, FYI.
Came back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is, was not part of it.
I misunderstood your position, Ms. Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
Oh dear. Baby Blue, I said exactly, defense. Choke on your words. Oh my word, you guys are getting snarky, hey? I like it. Don't go too wild, but what a day, huh? Okay, so let's see if we can go forward a little bit.
Had you also already reviewed this document?
No.
This came after?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the true stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document? I'm lost.
That would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare.
Correct.
Right. So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, Probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the true stage document?
That's correct.
He's given, I'll just.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just one moment, sir.
Kouri's got a question. Thank you. D-Bar1. You said, loving your coverage. Your commentary is hilarious. Thank you.
Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
Defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you Ms. Nestor talked to you about the that initial report, the status of forensic sciences?
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences?
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
And gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016? Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you. No.
Just very briefly. Talked about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. Other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use. chronic pain medications that they may be taking. There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect.
Ma'am, Eric did not have any THC in his system when he died. I don't know if he had THC gummies before. However, I think if somebody is trying to relax and or have a good time or whatever it is, I don't think they're going to be filling out life insurance documents, you know what I mean? Like, all right, let's get the party on. No, I don't see it. Selena Martinez, thank you so much.
Motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have nothing further.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes. That would
Yes,
be
Your
the
Honor.
state's request.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Take care,
sir.
sir.
You too.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rise for the jury. Oh,
May I ask for an additional 15 minutes, Judge?
yes.
Is that okay?
That's fine. Just doing that. 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of fluff. They're coming back in 29 minutes. So let's see if they have anything to
All
say
right,
before
please
they
have
go.
a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
No, sir. No.
All right. Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Clear the table here?
No. Thank you.
Yes, William Santiago, this is the part I like, teleporting me too, except now because, you know, freaking Ramos. No, I'm just kidding. But he did ask for 15 extra minutes, okay? So we've got a little bit of time now to discuss our own document, discuss the case, whatever we like. Hold on 1 second. I will be monitoring the court feed. I just want to take this opportunity, which is a rare moment. It only happens once a year when it's my birthday. It so happens to be today on this trial day, okay? Because true crime, yeah, that does not stop. We're watching the trial. So I just want to, for a moment, thank everybody that sent me a PayPal verbally. So to Lee, Deborah, Alice, A.H. Woodson, Kristen, Alyssa, Cynthia, Michelle, Lydia, Jill, Gloria, Jacqueline, Natalie, Sarah. I'm not going to say your whole name. Just know you don't want your whole name out there. Janice, Linda, Jessica, another Cynthia, different Cynthia, thank you. Wendy, Gina, Norma, Melissa, you also sent one. Melissa loves true crime. Thank you so much. Lisa, and even, oh, Tracy, thank you so much. Damn, people, you have spoiled me. Rexana, Travania, Deborah, Candace, Debbie, Wendy, Jennifer, and Terry. Thank you so much. If I missed anyone, I'm so sorry. I will reply to you all later. Well, maybe I should say tomorrow, because later is like, you know, when this trial ends, it's like midnight for me. Now with your clocks changing, normally it's 1 a.m. for me. So I will reply to you all individually as soon as I can. Thank you so, so much. Spherical Ways, thank you so much for your sticker. And yeah, so the court's on lunch until 1:30 Mountain Time. It's 1:03. So let's see what we can go over. I want to quickly see. That's a bit long, hey? Do you want to look at the walk the dog letter? Walk the dog, a motion. What's in this lawsuit? Wait. Kouri Richins lawsuit. Ooh, that's 46 pages. We don't want that. We don't want that. Let's quickly see this. Detective O'Driscoll. Hold on, I'm looking at document options, okay? Pat Brooks, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for your damn huge sticker. So we're having birthday lunch today, hey? Kathy, you bought the Mods 50 trial coffees. Damn, Mods are partying hard with me today. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. We've already gone over the email to the police. Remember that? On one of the lunch breaks, we went over that. You want to see the walk the dog letter? I mean, I have made a video on that, okay? Before this trial started. But let me bring up this. Walk the dog. We can look at that because everybody keeps asking about this. Will this come in? We read the motions in limine at some point in the trial. Also on a lunch break where there was fluff. And what it said was that the first 3 pages would be allowed in, some of it redacted. So let's see what that might look like. Now this is a letter that Kouri wrote while she was in jail. Thank you, Teresa. And she sorry, thank you for the coffees. She wrote this in jail, and the state alleges that she was trying to coach her mother and brother on what to say if they testify, right? So the first 3 pages will be coming in, if there's foundation for it to come in. So I don't know if we'll actually see it or hear it, but I do hope so, right? Okay. Thank you, Gerda. You said what you have built here is second to none. Generous, good-hearted chat. Thank you so much. All right, Mods, if you can help me thank people while I focus on this letter quick. Thank you, Donna. You said, did you see where the defense filed the motion about the prosecution supposedly making faces at the jury? Well, we were there watching that together. I didn't see the motion filed. I just saw that they said they were making faces, and I don't know if that was dealt with behind the scenes. I would assume so. Like, what? The judge actually said, I'm sitting right here and I can see better than anyone, and that did not happen. That's what the judge said, right? Patty, thank you. All right. Walk the dog. Kouri wrote this from jail, right? After arrest, so Eric died March 4th of 2022. Kouri was arrested May 8th of 2023, and at some point there she was writing this letter. So it says, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Sky, that's Sky Lazaro, her former attorney, which she withdrew because of a conflict of interest, allegedly about to do with a civil case, right? Okay. Sky is saying, even if the gummies have fent in them, the prosecutor will say, I tried to put the fent in the gummies, so Eric would have them. Stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking. We will still test them, though. And did you test them? And guess what? Not one of them came back with fent in them? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, at least that's what the state has said so far. Then it says, stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking. We will still test them, though. However, she wants to link Eric getting drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection. Kouri telling her mother and brother, we need some kind of connection because my defense attorney is saying we need to connect Eric getting pills from Mexico. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Oh, wow. Okay, so even there she admits there is no connection. We need some kind of connection. Then she says her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch or cartel place that Eric would stay at. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie, that's her brother. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, wait, let me move this up. Oh, crazy document. Upon information and belief, just like they say. Okay, do you think she's coaching her mother on what to tell the brother? Well, I think so. Upon information and belief, just like they say. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Thank you, Karen. Eric told Ronnie that he gets pain pills and fent from Mexico, from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad because I always said he just gets high every night, and I won't help take care of the kids. Okay, wait. Then it says, there are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Kouri? When did you plan all that? Kouri? Yeah. Can you believe what she's saying there? Thank you, everyone. Damn, you guys are filling up my coffee cup here. Anyway, so going on there, even Kouri, how did you think it was going to go if your defense or your mother or your brother says this, but then there's evidence that you bought fent 4 times? I mean, come on. So, Eric, wait, the okay, should have text from Eric. Okay, Eric told Ronnie that he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Remember Carmen Lauber? Former housekeeper of Kouri? Eric never wanted anyone to know that he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to whenever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed that he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. So here she can write in third person, but when she's at Sedona and asked, the task was to write in third person, she couldn't do it, not for long. She couldn't do it. Okay. So, once they got to whenever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag. It would cause a huge fight. She was pissed that he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He would just laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills. Didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her, because it was such a special occasion. Ma'am, Kouri, did you hear Carmen Lauber's testimony? Did you see the map time presentation? Did you see your cell phone activity? We know you bought fent 4 times, so what do you mean? You even asked for the Michael Jackson stuff. I don't know how the story was ever going to pan out. Then it says, reward this, however. He needs to make the point, just include it all. So she's telling her mother, reword this however you like. Okay, it just needs to make the point and include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove that Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but it has to be done. Upon information and belief, lol, she literally writes lol. This one writes lol for everything. She literally writes upon information and belief, lol, which means laugh out loud. And this could still all come in because the first 3 pages will, right? Okay. They never found pain pills or fent in my house because he hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck. And Cody emptied out the work truck within a week. Shame. Poor this bunch of defense attorneys, the new ones, she had previous ones, they've gone with the story too. They've actually gone with Kouri's story. Okay. And Cody emptied out, okay? So they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes that your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to Salt Lake and meet him after work without Bree. Sky has to make the connection between Eric and Mexico because that makes the most sense in her mind. If it's Ronnie's information and belief about the conversation over football, she can use that as a connection. Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation. Lol. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we'll get those damn bitches. Damn, Kouri. She's talking about her sister-in-law, the 2 sisters. I think. I assume, I speculate. She's talking about her sisters-in-law, right? Serial observer, welcome. Can you believe this letter? If you've never heard it before, what? This will be the 3rd time we've gone over it, but I don't mind. It's always like, what is Kouri saying? So yeah, so she says, tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him to do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. Okay. Put Lotto on the stand. Don't know who that is, but okay. Do we know who that is? Put that person on the stand. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. What about and back, Kouri? What about to the moon and back, usually? Just to the moon? That's it? You're going to abandon your mother on the moon? Really? Alpha She-Wolf, thank you for being a member for 39 months. You said happy birthday to you, G. Thank you so much. And then she writes here, take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog. That's why it's called the walk the dog letter. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog. Page 4. This was not coming in, but we'll read over it, right? Okay, hold on one second. I just want to see the time. Looking good. We still got 15 minutes because of Ramos needing 15 more minutes. Sorry about that. Yeah, Stefan says the mother has to stay on the moon. Yeah, she only loves it to the moon. Okay? Not back. Page 4. I saw a commercial yesterday. Utah Mortgage Relief. Google them, please. It's for people behind on their mortgage. Can you see if they can help at all on Marissa's house, please? We have to get hers, yours, and Chelsea's taken care of ASAP. Oh, you want to do damage control now that Kouri? Tried to go to that place in Kamas. What about asking Lotto to do a loan solely in his name and not have you on there? I know he can do a home equity line of credit on his house in Hideout. Not sure if he would, but I know he has like $1 million in equity. Maybe he just doesn't know about the HELOC, home equity. You're going to write that yourself. Oh, my word, Kouri. Okay, if he wants to help me, taking care of these loans is most important. I don't give a shit about the Yotels. Did she write Yotels? It says Yotels. Oh, please can page 4 come in? Come on, man. She talks about the HELOC and she talks about, holy crap, I made so much debt. Can you get someone to help me with that? Just clear that up for my record so that I look much better at my trial. Okay. Remember I told you one way to get at Katie, Eric's sister, is going through my phone and finding a picture of her girls, even with the boys. Print 15 copies and send them out anonymously to different media companies. Obviously, don't email the pictures so it's not traceable. Criminal mastermind over here. She would be livid if it got out to the public. You would just have to do it sneakily. And she doesn't write sneakily. Sneakily. Thank you for the coffees. Sneakily. And be careful. She would try and trace it back to you. If not, no worries. Like, Kouri, you're asking your mother to go through your phone, find a picture of Katie and her girls, and publish the children's pictures. Are you crazy? She's like, put it out there. She's going to be so livid. Okay. So, Abraham said, Yotels is a hotel in New York City. Maybe it's a chain. Maybe it is. For Mr. Crowley 2 says, sneakily. Sneakily. Kouri is so illiterate. Yeah, so Stefan says the master forger. Okay, so if not, no worries. Page 5, still got 2 pages, holy crap. Sky is having my girls do the first interview with Good Morning America. Please tell Chelsea to bring up that he hasn't been to church in the 13 years that she's known him. You're going to ask your mother to ask Chelsea for favors after you stole her house? That's so crazy. Wow. Okay. She has known him. And Eric would brag to her about how much he drank and did pills in high school. Bragging. Tell Kelsey, underlined, to say Eric always wanted Kouri to go down for him. For example, he would put drugs in her suitcase when we would travel together. So if anyone got caught, it was Kouri. He would put it in her bag right before they left the house so that Kouri didn't know. Then when we would land wherever, Eric would take them out of her bag and Kouri would be pissed and they would argue about it. All Kelsey has to say how Eric didn't care and would just laugh about it and say, well, I can't get in trouble, as if it was okay that I got in trouble. Have Selma talk about Eric in Spain not being able to drink, so he was looking for drugs the entire time. And Kouri, this letter is freaking incriminating, especially now with all the context of the trial. It's actually good we're reading it again. Oh my word. Okay. And shame. You can hear her defense team went with a lot of this crap that she wrote in here. It says, have Selma talk about, okay, not being able to get a drink. So she's now bringing up Spain as well, where Eric, that's actually the first time Eric thought that he was being poisoned because he had a drink that Kouri gave him and then got violently ill. Okay, Pat Brooks said, I wish the whole letter was coming in. Me too. Thanks for being a member for 37 months. Okay, so then it says, and explain the drink the waitress gave him and how I called his doctor and went to the pharmacy immediately. Have Ali talk about how the sisters have always been jealous of me. Oh my. Because anything that they could do, Kouri could do better. That's just embarrassing. Being a mom, college, stay-at-home wife, until she built $1 million company. Does she mean 7.5 million debt company? A nice house, car, everything. Everything she had, they wanted. This comes down to jealousy, money, and Eric's partying that they don't want to acknowledge. And sadly, an accidental overdose. Wow. Lastly, don't forget to work on the gun receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutor not do anything about it to use in their defense. A defense. I don't know what that's it. In our defense, right? Yeah. Okay. Lastly, don't forget to work on the gun receipts. We want to file charges and let the prosecutor not do anything about it to use in our defense. Will you buy a box of Crest white strips, open them up, put in an envelope, and have Sky give them to me? You can tell her what's in the envelope. I'm sure she won't care. I'll make sure they can't be found in my cell. My teeth are yellow from so much coffee and tea all day. Sad face. I love you, I love you, I love you. Hang in there. We're getting there. Slowly. You're the best mom in the whole world. I'm so lucky to have you. Feelings not mutual, Kouri? Well, I don't know. Probably not. Anna Carlson says, happy birthday. You're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a member for 33 months. Can you believe this? You guys, can you believe this stuff? Wow, that's quite something, hey? So the first 3 pages are allowed in. That was ruled upon in the motions in limine, right? Okay. What else can we read? I mean, how much time do we have? We don't have time for all the other stuff in full. No, we've got 7 minutes. Well, this is the latest document. State's motion to admit redacted exhibits. So let's see what this says. Thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me this morning. Latest document in this case. So let's see what it's all about. I haven't read the whole thing. Relief requested in grounds. On February 27th of 2026, at the conclusion of the state's redirect examination of Carmen Lauber, the state moved to admit the state's proposed exhibits 5 to 57, 5 to 63, in their entirety under 801D1B. The court declined to admit the transcripts in their entirety, but left the issue open to be revisited later during the state's case in chief. The state hereby offers narrowly tailored portions of those exhibits as the state's proposed exhibits 5 to 57R, 5 to 63R. Short Chicks Rule, thank you for your $20 sticker. You said happiest of birthdays to our fearless leader celebrating you today. Thank you for all your tireless work keeping victims and their families first. Thank you so much. You guys have mentioned the eye drops murder trial, Jessica Shevsky. The victim in that case was Lynn Hernan. And Jessica Shevsky poisoned her with Visine. eye drops. And Jessie Koshevsky and her defense team wanted us to believe that Lynn Hernan just really liked to have eye drops in her drinks. She enjoyed it. Anyway, Amy is a family member of Lynn Hernan and still here with us from then. So thank you so much for all your support. All right, Hope for Justice said, just got here. Happy birthday, G. Thank you so much. So let's see what they say here. Statement of facts. During cross-examination on February 26th and 27th, defense counsel asked Ms. Lauber about getting a get-out-of-jail-free card. Didn't they say big, giant, huge? Okay. From the government in exchange for her cooperation in the investigation into Eric Richins' death. See trial transcript, February 26th. Okay, and 27th. Defense counsel also confronted Ms. Lauber with Detective Jeff O'Driscoll's statement. The goal is to convict Kouri Richins for an aggravated murder. During redirect, the state elicited testimony from Ms. Lauber about a get-out-of-jail-free card. Ms. Lauber testified that in response to that statement, she told him that even if that was the case, I felt like I still needed to step up and take accountability if this is really what happened to Eric Richins. The state then moved the entirety of Ms. Lauber's interview transcripts, state's proposed exhibits 8-57 to 8-63 into evidence, or 857, 863 into evidence. The defense objected, citing the rule against hearsay. Outside the presence of the jury, the court engaged counsel in a discussion of Utah or all of that, right? The state offered the exhibits to rehabilitate Carmen Lauber in the face of the defense's argument that the witness acted from a recent improper influence or motive. The court declined to admit the transcripts in their totality, but left the issue open to be revisited at a later time during the state's case in chief. The state has entered the proposed exhibits into the record. Argument. On cross-examination, the defense cherry-picked certain statements of Carmen Lauber from over 900 pages of transcripts to impeach Ms. Lauber's credibility. The state proposed exhibits are narrowly tailored to complete Ms. Lauber's statements under Rule 106 and to rehabilitate her motive and credibility. They show that Detective O'Driscoll and Maynard did not pressure Ms. Lauber and provided her with information to jog her memory, not to implant false testimony. Oh, sorry, I just don't want to miss this. Thank you so much, K-Sha Snowdawn. And for Mr. Crowley too. Love you, GN. Love the Grizzlies. Happy birthday, Pisces. Thank you so much. So then, it says they show that Ms. Lauber cooperated with Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard in large measure because of her fondness for Eric Richins. Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard visited Carmen Lauber in the Wasatch County Jail on April 27th of 2023 and informed her that Eric Richins died of a significant amount of fent. Ms. Lauber replied, I thought it was a brain aneurysm or something, because that's what Kouri told her. Ms. Lauber expressed her affection for Eric Richins and his children. I loved Eric Richins. I love CR. Detective O'Driscoll told Ms. Lauber. What seems like the most likely is Kouri Richins had a motive, and she had connections with people that she knows use and distribute drugs. And so, even if the information that you can give me can disprove that, that would make me happy. Emphasis added. Ms. Lauber replied, right. Ms. Lauber stated, I just need to take it all in. Like, this is just a whole shit ton of bricks that just came down crashing on my effing world. Detective Maynard told her, well, you stew on it. And then they've got the state's proposed exhibit, right? 5 days later, Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard returned to the jail. Ms. Lauber said, I was just thinking so much today, well, the whole time. I was thinking that the little bit I can help you guys with, I want to. Just due to the fact, because I love Eric. Eric was an amazing person. The other day when you guys talked to me about what's caused his death, like it weighed a lot on me, like it hurts. Detectives told her, the only way that Wasatch County is going to make you any kind of deal or reduce any charges is if we can corroborate some information that shows physical evidence in this case. Ms. Lauber said, it weighed so hard on me when you guys told me because Eric Richins was a good effing dude. I had an emotional breakdown and I had anxiety. It's been bad. Like I would never wish that on anybody. Detectives asked Ms. Lauber to take a pad and paper and try to write out some details. Ms. Lauber says, I want to do what I can to help do what needs to be done to fix this. Summit County Detectives Maynard and O'Driscoll returned the following day, May 3rd of 2023. Ms. Lauber admitted to cutting corners the day before and repeated that it weighed a lot on me the whole weekend because I dig the shit out of Eric. He was a cool mother effer, is what they said there. Sorry, let me just toggle because the chat on my side is stuck a little bit. Okay, there we go. I can see you guys now. Naughty YouTube. Did I miss anything? If I did, I'm so sorry about that. There you go, I missed Monica's. You said, Alles Gute zum Geburtstag, G. Und liebe Grüße aus Österreich. Thank you. How did I say that? Was it good, huh? Is my German improving? Vielen Dank. Thank you so much. Okay. So, he was a cool mother effer, said Carmen. Maynard, do you realize the big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card that you're getting by cooperating? So that's where the defense got that. Lauber, no, I just feel like it's doing the right thing that needs to be done. A discussion also took place about Ms. Lauber's criminal liability. Ms. Lauber says, I had a whole emotional effing breakdown. It's a life. I call it mind masturbating because that thought just played over and over of Eric. Okay. Detective Maynard told Ms. Lauber again about the need to corroborate her information. The following day, the same detectives returned to the Wasatch County Jail and said, we are very happy to report that everything you've told us, we've pretty much corroborated with other people's stories and text messages and phone calls. We have a couple little details we want to double check with you. The subject of drug court participation was raised, and Ms. Lauber said, I'm not lying. I just want it to be done and handled properly. Because like I said, Eric Richins didn't deserve that, if that's what was actually done. Detective Maynard told Ms. Lauber, I don't want you to speculate on things you don't know. On May 10th of 2023, we've still got just 2 pages left. Let's see the time. Oh, they're coming back. They're coming back soon, but can we finish this? How about we finish this? Okay, they're still on lunch. Good, let's go. They're waiting for us, you see. That's what they're doing. They're waiting for us. Punk over said, dang, your German was on point. A pilot, successful YouTube creator. Multilingual, is there anything you can't do? Well, I'm not good at languages, but I'm learning, okay? And I just bust out any German that I know. When I go to the dentist, the doctor, wherever I go, I'm like, sprechen Sie Deutsch, here we go, guten Tag. Working on it. Okay, so on May 10th, 2023, 2 days after the defendant's arrest in this matter, a line attorney from the United States Attorney's Office visited Ms. Lauber. This is kind of like a little bit of tea, hey? I'm glad we're reading this. Let's read it. Visited Ms. Lauber in the Wasatch County Jail with 2 federal agents. They served Ms. Lauber with a grand jury subpoena for the following week. Ms. Lauber contacted Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. When they arrived at the jail to speak to her, Ms. Lauber said, I was totally confused. The detectives responded, these agencies are all separate. Ms. Lauber observed, this is serious shit. But that's more up the chain serious shit, like to the highest extreme, I think. This is when Detective Maynard says, the goal is to convict Kouri Richins for an aggravated murder. Those parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority. When Summit County detectives returned, they apologized for any drama or confusion or frustration caused by the federal agents' visit to Ms. Lauber. Visit, full stop. Sorry about that. Ms. Lauber said, it terrified me. They came out and it's like, holy shit. Detective Maynard explained that there was kind of the pissing contest between agencies. The detectives returned Ms. Lauber's attention to trying to make a timeline. Thank you, Gloria, for the 6 trial coffees for the mods. Ms. Lauber says, at the end of the day, Eric Richins' family needs to know what happened. Ms. Lauber says, in order for me to move on with my past behind me, this, I feel, has to be taken care of 100%. I'm an addict. I'm not some heartless piece of shit. Detectives reminded Ms. Lauber that Kouri Richins is innocent until proven guilty. Lisa Falloon says, happy birthday, Gisela. Lekker verjaar. Thank you so much. These portions of the Carmen Lauber interview transcripts are not hearsay. Okay, I can see the judge's head, and we'll switch over to that in a moment. We've got a page and a half left. Okay, these portions of the Carmen Lauber interview transcripts are not hearsay. Ms. Lauber testified over 2 days and was subject to cross-examination. The above portions of the interviews are consistent with her testimony and offered to rebut an express or implied charge that Ms. Lauber acted from a recent improper influence or motive in so testifying. Then they say in State versus Green, okay, they give a different, I'll read it. In the Utah Supreme Court explained that when admitting prior consistent statements, the rule does not require that the prior statement rebut every possible motive to fabricate. The rule requires merely that the witness's prior consistent statement be offered to rebut an express or implied charge against him of recent fabrication or improper influence motive. Citation omitted, emphasis in original. A non-hearsay prior consistent statement may rebut one among multiple alleged influences or motives suggested by the defense counsel. Furthermore, the portions of the transcripts in fairness ought to be considered at the same time as the testimony elicited on cross-examination. Utah R. Evid 106, the redacted transcripts are therefore admissible. Conclusion, the court should admit into evidence the state's proposed redacted exhibits. You know what? I agree. Christy, thank you so much. You said, happy birthday, Gisela. Thank you so much. Okay, so now let us bring up the trial again, seeing as they now are coming back from lunch. Ready? Shall we resume? Okay, let's do this. There you go. See, like this. Judge, are you there? Hello?
If you would invite.
Calling the next.
Okay, sorry, we're going to leave it there. We're just like 1 minute behind. Yeah, 1 minute. Rose Smith said, what did Kouri do with the extra pills? I know, right? Lady girl, thank you so much for the coffee.
000139. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, just to let the court to know that we will move to admit and publish the 911 call before calling the next witness.
No objection.
Okay.
The 911 call, so we'll hear it in full now. Is that so? Christy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I just want to put out there that please only use the official links on my website, grizzlytruecrime.com, or that Nightbot is sharing here in the chat, or the mods, right? Because some of you are sending PayPals to grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. That's not correct. I will not get those. I will not be able to get them. They will be returned to you over time. PayPal handles that, but that is not my correct PayPal place. So sorry about that. Cheryl Schwartz, thank you so much for your sticker. Here we go.
Is Nestor anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
If you would invite the jury in, please. Let's see, Scott.
Okay, so is it going to be Detective O'Driscoll or what? Who are we going to hear next? Zenjane Art said, drives me nuts when Nestor calls the judge sir. It should always be your honor. I wish I could go forward a bit, but I can't. We're live, okay? Mr. Prosecutor, no. Sir? No. Did you guys see that? Oh dear. Mr. Bloodworth, don't do that. He picked his nose a little bit. Sir. I'll show you. Let's see. Sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Then maybe we can go forward a little bit. Look here. Ready? Okay, stands up. There. Digging in teeth, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry to point it out. I just saw it behind me and I'm like, ooh. Maybe it's teeth picking. No. Okay, it's teeth picking. It's teeth picking. Or that nose. That's tooth. That's a tooth. It's better than the nose. Sure. Thank goodness. I'm glad I went back now. It's not great, but it's better than picking one's nose, okay? Okay, let's go. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Bloodworth.
All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. He's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No. I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not one available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the floor, on the ground? I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? He's yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay. I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? I don't know what's happening.
I'm here with you. Are you not able to, you're not able to move him to the floor?
Go out, go out, go out, go out, go out. Don't come in here, don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them.
No, he's just too heavy.
Is he still on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress?
Yes.
Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just...
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet.
Okay.
Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed.
Okay.
How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed?
Thankfully.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
Okay, he's on the floor.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
Okay.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Start pumping the chest hard and fast at least twice per second and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay, start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's locked. Are you? I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
That's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
Okay. We need to keep doing CPR.
He's in here. He's in here.
Okay.
Do I keep you on the phone?
Yes. Keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR.
No, he's here. He's here.
Okay.
He's in my
Firefighter Monaco is on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compressions.
Okay. Is the ambulance there with you?
Yes.
Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh. Okay, are we doing CPR still?
Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What kind of vehicle do you have outside?
Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. When did you last see him talking to your phone? I'm sorry, what?
No.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jaime Woody.
All right, I'm like, Detective O'Driscoll. Okay, Jaime Woody. All right, damn, that 911 call. Who was there with her? I'm trying to figure it out too. I could have been her mom, but who was the male voice? I don't even know who arrived. But like, she did not perform CPR. We could hear that, right? And she said, I can't move it. And there was no urgency at all to help her husband. Ooh, it's so bad. It's so bad, right? Oh my goodness. I didn't want to respond to these while we were listening to the 911 call, but hold on one second. Leah, August Leo, said, happy birthday, Grizzly, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Jalen said, I was a 911 dispatcher. Kouri is stalling way too much. He's not even trying. His poor family. L Wop, also happy birthday, Grizzly. Thank you so much. Millie Ronnie said she put as much effort into CPR as Sarah Boone. Which was none at all, right?
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jaime Woody.
You spell the last name Woody?
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the Sheriff's Office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March of 2022.
Can we see some canines? What are their names? Can we see some exhibits? Oh, sorry. Not?
Were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
what was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically an attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
And is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with his sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
Okay, can we go forward a bit or no?
Did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Oh, sorry.
Of course.
I'm just going to leave it there because we're so close to live. It's gonna, I can't go forward enough with that little space. Sorry about that. You'll just wait. Ciara Lovebug said, I think the 911 call is the most damning evidence so far, in my opinion. It's what has me all in guilty, and I didn't know much about the case until the trial started. I waited on purpose to see the evidence. Thank you for that. I mean, it was terrible. She sounded like she didn't even want to touch Eric. Like, oh, no, I can't touch it. I can't move. What? Who would talk like that about their husband? You do anything to help, right? Not Kouri. And after that, remember, hours later, partying hard, she was partying her ass off. Well, 24 hours later or so. Partying her ass off on March 5th. All cheered up. Are we there yet? A long sidebar, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to work a little bit on. If you would stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
Oh dear.
All rise for the jury.
A little legal issue.
Please have a seat. We're still on the record. Excuse me. Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize. Mr.
I'll
Blunt.
just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions. Let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Then did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me pull up her report really quickly.
Thank you, Emma.
Sorry, Your Honor, just one moment.
No problem.
So I think this is Eric's sister, Amy. So I guess the female voice we heard on the call was Amy. That got there before the first responders. Did I get that right?
Just one second. Okay. Let me put this up so I get it exactly right. All right, so I want to make sure, because it appears from your report there were 2 conversations with Amy, so I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. Okay. When you first arrived and you saw Amy in the driveway, you're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay, so in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes. Threatened to kill him. Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
Look at her face now.
Also, did Amy...
The jury's not in the room right now, right? They took a little walk. So this is like the voir dire of Detective Woody. Here we go.
Tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay. So she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary?
At some point, yeah.
Before he died?
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay. Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what he'd said.
So it was just her word? You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same understanding you do?
Okay. I'm guessing that's Amy that they keep showing here now. Henny Knott says, that's right, Kouri. Girl, you're in the dwang. Yes, she's in the dwang. And it looks like she knows it. Okay, we're live. Stefan said Detective Woody is not impressed. No. Angela Ho said, I'm so confused how other people were at the house before first responders. Even me, I'm not clear on exactly who was there, what time did they get there, how, I don't know. But I think Amy lived very close by, and Kouri may have called, because I think Kouri called her mother before she called 911. She probably called family, and then called 911. Ooh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, let me grab my cyan and
Detective, make sure you listen to the question, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so bring the jury. Kouri's drinking her water. She has packed her teeth away.
Brittany, can I switch out? This one's dead.
It's getting red. It's red.
Robin says she called her mom after police were there. I remember we saw that on the body cam. But I'm sure in the documents we'd gone over before that she texted her mom or called her mom or done something. The person on the stand is Detective Jaime Woody, not a first responder. So let's hear where this testimony goes.
Have a seat, thank you.
Trash Panda Mom, aka Michaela, said last attempt was by the food, so even the family wouldn't be thinking drinks, in my opinion. I was also wondering about that, because of course, like, we had a drink together, whatever. I don't even know if the fent may have been placed in the Moscow Mule. It could have been in a meal, you know what I mean?
Have a seat, thank you. All right, we're on the record. The jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Okay, we're about to go. Brittany said it was a paramedic who arrived while waiting for an EMT and an ambulance. Okay, and then I'm assuming after that, Detective Woody arrived. And when Detective Woody arrived, then Amy had already arrived. And Amy told Detective Woody the information we just heard is that Kouri had threatened to kill Eric before. Okay.
So, ma'am, when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home and I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Vinny Wynn?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist form?
Yes.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol, and around 9 o'clock they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare, so she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for a while until about 3 o'clock, and then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold, and when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Well, damn, did you hear that, Kouri? He didn't like taking pain pills, just like you said, Kouri, for over a year. Till you got arrested, and you're like, yeah, that guy liked taking pain pills. Right. Chris L.E. Well, firstly, thanks for the coffee, said, I totally think Kouri's guilty, but I thought the same about Casey Anthony. I'm not trying to be confident. Anything can happen. Now, the thing is, if you think that whoever is guilty, that's your opinion. And it doesn't matter. Then, you know what I mean? Like, the jury will decide on their verdict. But then, like in the case of Casey Anthony, I don't know how many people think she's innocent. You know what I mean? It could still be that somebody's guilty but not convicted. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, okay, so I'm just pausing there because did you hear that? You heard that, Kouri? Huh? You said it to this detective yourself. Damn.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Oh dear. Kouri? You literally, when? You had Carmen come over and clean up for you? Without her knowledge, meaning I think that Kouri may have used a lot of people. Let's say it like that.
Did you ask her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
Stop it. Oh, I can't remember her name. Really? You're going to tell the detective? I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't remember my housekeeper's name. Oh, she was only your housekeeper for like, what, 9 years? Stefan said the housekeeper at 8:30 that night? That's so weird. That is so weird. Yeah, because I mean, if Kouri wants the world to believe that her husband took a whole bunch of fent, where is the rest of it? There's not a trace in the house. Why are all the Moscow Mule cups and the shot glasses, everything washed? Why is the trash taken out? Oh, my housekeeper came. What's her name? I don't know. This is hectic.
What, as you understand it, are the laws for searching a home when investigating a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
I'm sorry, but it's so wild because Kouri, I mean, as Stefan said, my housekeeper was here at 8 p.m. that night, but I can't remember her name. That is so crazy. Kouri, you're so going down. That is so bad, oh my word.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom.
Yes.
With the information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm, did you believe you have probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Can you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
Yes.
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and garbages are usually a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of family that was grieving.
Let me, in a hypothetical, contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a home and the cause of death is obviously a gunshot wound, but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
In the 2 weeks following Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
In the 2 weeks after Eric's death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Did you also did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter, Eric's attorney, who prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
Did that
Massive.
preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute that warrant on April the 13th, 2023?
Yes.
When you executed that warrant, did you April 13th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Yes.
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that date?
Yes.
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
On March the 4th, 2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Yes.
And did those test results confirm that there was no fentanyl in those THC products?
Objection. Can we approach?
Objection. That is making our case look really hopeless. Kouri's whole defense is that the gummies were laced with fent, okay? Objection. He had no THC in his system. Defense. But you know what? They tested all the gummies anyway. And guess what? None of them were laced with fent. Your key servant says THC stays in your system and is detectable for 30 days. They didn't find any in your system. Wow. Objection. And Kouri can barely look at this witness, hey? Okay. Kouri, you're not making faces at this witness, are you? Julia Rock says they found THC on April 13th, so was Kouri using them? That's what I'm thinking. Why would you not throw all that out? What about your kids? Like, what the hell? I think Kouri was. I think they were Kouri's. Damn. Okay. Long sidebar. We can go a little bit forward here. Sure. Okay, we're live. Patricia and Cowgirl said, happy birthday, you are the classiest YouTuber. I've been lurking since the Gabby Petito case. You've been here from the start. That's like September 2021. Damn, thank you so much. Thank you so much for still being here. Says this guy said, didn't they find more gummies when they returned? Yeah. I think she was buying more and using them. And definitely not protecting her kids from them. They should lay on some more charges. Synergy Girl, thank you. You said, happy birthday, Grizzly. I hope you had a super lacquer day. May this year be abundantly blessed in every single way. Thank you so much. From South Africa. Nice. Ooh. Nestor is not loving it. You tell her, Josh. We don't know what's happening. Just white noise. Thank you for spending the day with me, everyone. Let's try go a few seconds forward. We're like 30 seconds behind live. Nope, now we're all caught up. Amy said, who cares if she used gummies? Just because she said that he used it. And she claims that he put it in her bag. You know, she's this angel. She would never. And that he used it, and that they were laced with fent. Like, come on. She's trying to paint Eric a certain way. Sally Ann says, Grizzly, I hope this court day gives you something huge for your birthday. You mean like LWAP for Kouri? Sure. You mean Kouri getting on the stand? That'll be awesome. You mean Kouri standing up and saying, you know what, I can't anymore. I'm guilty. Wow. You know what? Me too. Hope so too. Pink Suspense, thank you so much. Queen of Queens said if he was addicted, he would have been out buying the stuff himself. And there would be evidence of any of that, right? And there would be in his system even THC, which there wasn't. Bet Pondu said, I thought it was raining. It does sound a little bit like ASMR rain sounds, but no, it's just white noise for the sidebar here. Nope, we're live. Thank you, Teresa Lynn. Oh my word. Lori said, did Kouri have a drug test done when she went to prison? I forget. I don't know. I don't think so. That would have been interesting even March of 2022. I think it could have been interesting. Always be humble and kind says, am I the only one that enjoys seeing the interaction at sidebar? No. I like it. But sometimes if it's like long and we're behind, we just skip over that fluff. Because we can't hear anything, right? But we do like to see it when we're live. P.H. Croak said, I think Kouri is writing Walk the Dog Part 2. Yeah, she's writing something. The jury is just like, what's the issue now, huh? Barbara Jean says, the pre-verbal question, was it worth it? Mm-hmm. While we're waiting, NJJ8888 said, what's your favorite birthday cake? All of them. I must say, Switzerland has some amazing desserts and pastries and things with the French, Italian, and German influences. So I like this little like chocolate slice, which is almost like a, it's not quite mousse, it's almost like a ganache, cold with raspberries on top. Oh my word, and a little bit of crumble on the side. And they sell just like one slice at a time. That is so nice. And then I like these ones that's like, it's almost like a custard slice, like custard, a little phyllo pastry with strawberries on top, with like this jelly and strawberries. Oh my word, those. And I like their panna cotta as well. Damn, that's a long sidebar. Yeah, green-eyed lass said red velvet cake, true. I haven't had that in years. We find it a lot in South Africa. I haven't found it here in Switzerland or the Netherlands at all. Not at all. But I haven't looked too hard, but it's not like in your face. Neither are cupcakes. Not as easy to find. Anyway, we're just talking birthday talk now because we're on sidebar. Sorry about that. Let me focus on something else there. Judge. Nope. Joe says Switzerland has awesome chocolate. They do. Tina May said he didn't trust her at all, so there had to have been a reason to celebrate with a drink, so she waited till the closing to have an excuse to give him the drink. But she didn't close on the house yet. That was the next day. And he wouldn't have celebrated that house with her. And we don't know the circumstances of how the fent got into his body. We don't know. That's her saying that, right? But maybe it was just like a nightcap. Maybe he already felt unwell, for all we know. And she's like, here, wash it down with this. Maybe everything, all the fent was in the lemon drop. For all we know. You know what I mean?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Pause there for a minute. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct, John.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross that out of your notepads. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there, please.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022, did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading?
Yes.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Did investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
Yes.
Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022 that the investigation wasn't advancing very much.
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records from both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives start to accelerate your investigation?
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the canine deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's your title now?
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No, we had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
Right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people to come in and do their thing, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. Other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I believe, I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of you, the only area that you searched was the area immediately around the body And then the kitchen trash can, right?
The bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right, did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbages, that's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not?
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name, though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back, in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it
The one from 2016?
in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this. But now you can actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Right. Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant that day to look anywhere else in the house?
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
So even with all your experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant?
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
I can't remember.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And when that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
Meaning she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search?
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, well, strike that. She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the states tried to put into evidence in this case?
No.
Okay, no worries.
So what they're trying to do there is say, you see, Kouri was just looking, what is a lethal dose of fent? And all those Google searches we went over was because Kouri had information that Eric died from a fent overdose. So that's why she was Googling all that, right? Thank you, Emmy. Thank you so much for your sticker.
To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death, when you first responded, that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to the bathroom?
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there, because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Did you ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Nope.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told, well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that. You did mention that you went through everybody's phones, is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
Your Honor, objection foundation, that I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
I looked through some of the downloads at some point, yes.
Like the Celebrate downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the Eric Richins family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, as part of this investigation, did you do any investigation into whether or not in Summit County there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
No.
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Yeah, the hypothetical needs some foundation.
Do you
There was no MJ found in Eric's system.
recall a case that, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute, Your Honor, let me get the number. TG1. Yeah, TG1. Just for the witness only, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Can you have the last page and see who signed it? Go back.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh dear. Stefan says, always foundation, Nestor. You can't build a house without a solid foundation. Okay, we're about a minute behind. There we go. You can see some sidebar action there. Can't hear it. Like, wouldn't the jury also be like, but the victim didn't have any THC in his system. So anything the defense brings up about THC or MJ, and it maybe was laced with, then, I don't know, wouldn't your brain just chuck that out? Like, come on. That's then not relevant for what happened here. Right? Or is it just like, let's keep bringing it up? Maybe someone will believe it. I don't know. Maybe someone didn't listen to what the medical examiner said. Or to what was on the toxicology report. Okay. I wonder, side note, if the walk the dog letter is like WTD, like what to do, you know what I mean? Is that what it is? Is that, maybe we already knew that, but now it's just like walk the dog, what to do. Corey's looking worried in this one. Mama Alvy said fent laced MJ would matter if he had some in his system. Exactly. It's a bit odd. Where are we going here, right? Loveland said, yes, I always thought it's code, walk the dog, like what to do, right? Which is, as the state alleges, coaching her mother and brother on what to say. Put the mother on the stand. It doesn't sound like the defense is gonna, the state. But will the defense? I think so. Will they? Hilarious said, throwing spaghetti at the wall, nothing MJ related sticks. Absolutely nothing, and it's been ongoing this whole trial. Like, pick another defense strategy, because that's not going to fly.
This is where people were being...
Oh, my bad. See, you just go forward 10 seconds. There we go.
It
Sidebar
may
over.
be page 2, Your Honor.
Here
I'm
we
not
go.
sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
No.
Are you... Okay, then that's fair. Take that down. Did you ever provide to Investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you.
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair. Did you...
Also, Jim Bob DRG 3247 said, I've only listened to a few hours of this, and it's going to be tough to convince me of a not guilty. Right. Susie said, happy birthday, sweet Grizzly. You always make trials fun. Thank you.
Know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance, yeah.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
Shame the judge. Yeah. Zenji and said, OMG, what is the word for when a retired lawyer gets triggered every time a lawyer says that's fair? Yeah, what is that word? That's fair. That was my instinct. Literally, Nestor said that was my instinct. Perfect. Oh dear. Adam Bluefire said Gizla brings much needed dark humor, snark, and sanity to some of these dark trials. Thank you, Adam. Okay, we're 1 minute behind the live feed. Okay.
When you interviewed Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death, you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed with Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
From my understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay. All right.
And yet we all want to know why Kouri's like, and then it turned over. Turned over. Okay. Kathleen said, furious. That's the answer. Zenjen on. Furious. Bang your head. 1111 said, I hope you've had a lovely and peaceful birthday, Gisela. Thank you so much.
And you reviewed the 911 call that we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
And she certainly, Kouri Richins never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed. Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
Thanks, defense. Exactly. Until she was arrested. Then she was like, oh no, he took pain pills. Yeah, he took them. Yeah, he had a big problem. Kouri, you just changed your story just like that? Okay.
I think that's all I have. Anything else? That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Enjoy the dog. Okay. Okay. Otherwise known as walk the dog in your own client's words. Can we bring that in? Because the defense, they opened the door to that. They talked about enjoy the dog. Listen, state, now you can redirect on walk the dog, the letter.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy, you're free to go. Watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
But can we see your dog?
Mr. Bloodworth, I've lost
Say.
track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
Who is it? No.
Your Honor, the state would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm like, no, yes, no. Okay, so they've got another witness. They did say that they have to sort something out between counsel before Detective O'Driscoll testifies. And so earlier, when this day started, the judge said, so you probably won't take the stand today because we've got to sort out whatever, right? And that Detective O'Driscoll will be the state's last witness. So that's probably tomorrow. And it might be all day for all we know. Are we going to see the orange notebook, the walk the dog letter, the everything? Who knows? Sir Bald and Snarky, thank you for being a member for 28 months. I know you've been here for longer as well. You said, happy birthday, Grizzly. Thanks for sharing with us. Glad to share with you. Thank you very much.
You folks okay to keep going? Very good.
Or did I hear the surname wrong? Well, who is the next witness? Punk Gopher said exactly. I thought the same thing when they touched on the letter. Simply Karen, Gigi said, is the walk the dog letter coming in? Did you miss our lunch break? Yes, the first 3 pages are allowed to come in as long as they have the foundation to bring it in. So it's a 6-page letter. The first 3 are allowed in. That was ruled pre-trial.
A brief point of privilege. Everybody just stay put for one moment. This will make sense in a moment.
It'll make sense in a moment. What is it?
Mr. Gabler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Would you mind standing in front of Brittany?
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
Thank you. All right, how's this?
Sound great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
Sir, are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind and my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
Shame. He must be in so much pain
What,
right
sir,
now.
is your occupation?
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Well, one wouldn't take it that way. I'm going to take it that way. Oh, so you turn on Kouri, huh? She's that guilty, huh? Okay. That's just my opinion. Mad Hatter said, happy birthday, Grizzly. Thank you so much.
Did there come a time shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Cody Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Cody Richins Benson and Clint Benson at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant, in this case, against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
And to be clear, the lawsuit involved Cody Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Cody Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked with them about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics, and so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. So for all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth. The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told them that they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that. If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you...
Quick pause. Damn. The way he speaks is very impactful, huh? You hear that, Kouri? Mm-hmm. Did you hear all that? Wow.
Do you conduct an independent investigation?
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Kouri Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. I continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So the standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the Sheriff's Office. In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was no event, no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the Sheriff's Office. Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the Sheriff's Office?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Kouri looking fearful now, like, whoa. Yeah, it's scary, huh, Kouri? He's gonna, I don't know what all he knows and investigated, but it's gonna get interesting. Not that Mickey said he is impressive. Kouri's going from lol to LWAP. Right, thank you so much.
Initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the Sheriff's Office denied my request under the Grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. It's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
So it was not uncommon for your request for information to be denied?
Correct. My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
Never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the County Attorney's Office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped, and we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that two hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number one, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number two, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those two hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it? Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation, and sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case, pretty straightforward, two competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible. This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. There's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about. And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file. So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct?
Kouri's actually gonna... That's a surprise face. Damn, Kouri. You're going to make faces at this guy. I wouldn't if I were you. Careful now, Kouri.
Conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45 probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
And was the purpose to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes. I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts, and I obtained the the billing records from C&E, from Allie Wright, with the authorization of Cody Wright. There were 2 productions of telephone records from C&E. The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
In that January of 2022 onward time period, what types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So, because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say, it's not you don't get to see text messages or what the text message was, you do get to see the numbers that were connected to Kouri and Eric's phones. So we first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is, and we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name. And then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So, for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts. And so I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally, I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass?
This is a great private investigator, right? My word, he's so thorough.
Pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber. I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22. There was a very heavy weight I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close. The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen Love.
That is correct.
Did that contact weight cause you to investigate Carmen Lauber?
It did.
What did you determine?
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins' home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office. It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house after the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home, and it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days, and then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins' home?
Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted typically, sometimes mounted on the head, and a backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are taken. There are also, with respect to documents, I scanned with a scanner many thousands of pages of documents in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for being at the house. There was at least one occasion that I can think of where I was called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me, so my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So with that being the only exception, that would be my process.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clinton Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there, and so he would join up later. It's possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that,
yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinian Nebeker letterhead on the top, and they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope, and as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinian Nebeker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys' things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Kouri Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that we would generally safekeep for ourselves, and I turned those over to my client. I'm trying to think if anything else was removed. Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence, how did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall any others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that The sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Ooh, who's doing the cross? What's gonna happen? Kouri, what the hell? No. No good attitude of our judge. Can you see what Kouri's doing? She's like, shh, this guy. He's corroborating what the police are saying. I wouldn't really shake my head at him, Kouri, right? Amber, thank you so much for your sticker. Oh my word, here we go.
Are we going to take a break or do you want me to go forward?
You tell me. Would you like a break?
Could we have
It's
just
up
a
to
few
the
minutes?
jury,
No
whatever they
problem.
want.
You know what? Let's let you stretch your legs. We'll take a restroom break. The witness asks for a break. We provide a break. All right, the jury. Mr. Gabler, watch your step there.
Hold on, Judge.
There you go.
Shame. Said surgery, no pain killers today, just a little bit of Tylenol this morning. He must be in pain.
Mr. Gabler, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Would you like the opportunity to use the restroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you know this, but
Yes.
you cannot speak to anyone during
Yes.
the break. All right. If is 10 minutes enough time, sir?
5 is plenty.
All right, we'll say 10. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you.
3:40, so they're coming back in 5 minutes. The defense is like, how about a break? You need a break, defense, or what? Okay, let's go forward here a little bit. So we've got 5 minutes. If they say it at 3:40, huh? 4 minutes. We went 4 minutes behind. What? Anyway, we're like on time, or live now. So let's see if they come back at 3:40. If so, yeah, then I'm not going to start reading anything or do anything like that, because then they're going to come back any minute now, right? Okay, let's see what you guys, what are you saying about the testimony or anything? Any questions? Sure, that 911 call was so hectic. I'm going to timestamp everything for you, so make sure you check the pinned comments of any of the trial replay days on any trial we cover. Most of my live streams and videos also have, especially if they're over an hour, they have timestamps. Okay, so check that and then you can see what you missed earlier. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending the day with me, watching the trial with me, and for all the birthday gifts. Oh my word, I really appreciate it. AKA Respect Pickles. There you go. How are her facial BS being allowed? Wow. I wonder what the cross-examination will be. I don't understand why people have a problem that Eric's family, who are very wealthy, hired a private investigator, or that Eric put his estate in his sister's names. His family, who he trusted. Kouri, not so much anymore, not at all. I don't get why people are like, they are guilty. This family, please don't do that. It's very, very strange, and we don't do that here. Blaming the family. You see the defendant? She's the one on trial, right? State is working hard to prove their case. Of course, she's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. And she's having her fair trial. Punk Gopher said Todd is extremely thorough and extremely intelligent. Yeah, he's really, really good. Okay. Rich Auntie said, I absolutely love how considerate this judge is. He stops regularly for short breaks. He seems to understand that people need breaks throughout the day. I mean, it does also help to keep the jury awake, right? And it's nice short breaks. Yeah, it's not like long, stretched out. It's nice, just everybody stretch a little bit, stretch legs, whatever it is, and then come back. Crashville Hennessy said, ugh, just hope the defense isn't overly extra with this witness. He's dealing with enough already. I know, right? Shame. My cat's name is Karen said, did the walk the dog letter make it in? Not yet. We haven't heard of that yet. And they might not even need to bring it in, but will it come in through Detective O'Driscoll or what? I don't know. It might, and Detective O'Driscoll is the state's final witness. which is probably going to be tomorrow. Adam Bluefire, I don't know, right? I was also like, You said, why didn't the prosecution ask Todd what his final conclusion of the case was? The prosecution do well, but sometimes I think they miss the crucial closing word. Yeah, why do you guys think? What would you say? Kathleen said they were looking out for the children. Exactly. And these people that are in here like, oh my word, the sister looks guilty. You look guilty. What do you mean? Here's a mirror. Who would say that? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Okay. Whew. Adam Bluefire also said the defense are going to go to town with Todd over the docs he removed. It'll be predictable. They'll desperately try and discredit him. Are they going to say that he also removed fent from the truck? Oh, you're the one they paid. They're going to ask, how much were you paid? That's what they're going to ask, right? Definitely. Okay. Just because I'm not in a court of law, so I presume her guilty. Well, you are entitled to your opinion. This is social media after all, right? Esme Grief. Oh my word, thank you for all your stickers. You said, while we wait, hit the like button. Check if it works. Yes, check if your like button works. Thank you so much. Okay. Terry Cat said, that's what you should do when you have suspicions. See, they really, that was a short break, huh? Pernille said, surely anyone would do anything they could legally to get to the truth and get justice for their family member. I know, right? Like, are people jealous that they have a lot of money and they can do that? I don't know. I just don't get people who are saying what they say sometimes in the chat. I'm like, I don't get it. Anyway, to each their own. Judge, I could see just the top of your head. Ooh, are we ready for cross-examination? Phoebe said Kouri gave them a reason to hire a PI. Yes, that as well. That as well. And even her reaction after Erica died, the party she had the next day, the fight she had then with Amy, who was at the party, to throat punch her because she realized she's not going to get the house, she's not going to get the estate. Like, wow. Yeah, Kouri gave them a reason to hire a PI. That is so true. True crime for me, said Judge Everett from the Donna Adelson trial, said, spoiled us. Don't make faces, no sounds allowed to the defendant. That was so great. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. I really like Judge Everett as well. We've seen some really good judges along the way. Hey, is this our 26th trial, right? This is our 26th trial. Melissa Loves True Crime said, I think it's very ungrizzly to judge anyone like that. Keep it grizzly, put yourself in the family's shoes. Empathy goes a long way. Yes, give them the benefit of the doubt. Right? But maybe it's like Kouri's friends and family rolling in to say a few things, okay? Welcome.
You can stay seated. They will understand.
I prefer to stand.
Oh, all right. Very good, sir. We're ready for the jury.
Oh, Shane, who wants to stand? Ma'am, are you ready for this cross-examination? Eighth House Moon Rabbit said the type of people blaming the family are projecting their unfair persecutions or their Kouris in their own lives. Oh, damn.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. All right,
Stefan.
Mr. Gabler,
Stefan helps me confirm. 26th trial, correct, Arcade. Thank you, Stefan. This is our 26th trial that we have watched as a community here at Grizzly True Crime. I know some of you, this might be your first time here, or maybe just the second or third or 10th or whatever. But I really appreciate when you watch trials with me, and we will cover many more.
Still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please,
Nestor,
the court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right? ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
I just love the way he answers. Because she's like, you're not law enforcement, so really, like, what are you? That's the tone, right? I don't even know if you can do anything here. And he's like, well.
But, for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key.
Yes.
And you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up, that there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've watched all the videos.
Yes.
And you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. So
We would like to nominate him an honorary Grizzly, am I right?
if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th.
Okay.
That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or
Would
time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
Yeah. Was she arrested on May 8th of 2023? Okay, but I love the snark. Oh my word, do not test it. I'm glad he's on the state side. Can you imagine? I like him. Melissa from Buffalo, New York said, hello everyone, just tuning in. So I'm starting from the beginning. Hope you all had a great Monday. Happy birthday, G. Thank you so much. Kathleen said, here's a lighthouse mounted on a tank. That is so true. That is so true. To explain, Judge Don Ash in Tennessee said, be a lighthouse, not a tank. That's something he lives by. Okay, and so, yeah. Phew, this private investigator, he's a lighthouse mounted on a tank.
Would you re-ask the question, Ms. Nestor?
sorry, would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not
There you
surprise
go.
me since I do not recall.
Okay.
Oh my word, see? May 8th, 2023. I'm like, what? Why they say May 7th? The defense doesn't even know the day she was arrested. Ooh.
And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th, in the early morning hours of 2022, and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got into that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know. 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions, you found things the police had missed.
Yeah, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
the
told
police
them,
never get everything. Ever.
Right. Well, I'm not going to
It's
argue.
true in every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no. That is not the converse of your hypothetical, and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that?
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. Okay. So, yeah, I would have. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then, there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember a My Princess. Is that the same one?
That's the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
The defense attorney Nestor calls it the My Princess letter. He's like, baby cake? She's like, that's the one. You don't know the day your client was arrested. You said May 7th, it was May 8th. Now you don't know the name of the letter? I think this man has studied the evidence way more than the defense.
So, when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio, and and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later I think it was taken by the police. I don't know. But
Let me stop you for just a minute.
Okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County, so it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And in all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
Right. And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was a what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So
I'm just quickly going to pause here for 1 second. Kelly Parrish said Todd has a photographic memory, right? Now remember, in this trial, Kouri is facing charges of attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Then she'll have another trial where there's 26 other charges, and that are financial crime charges, which include 5 counts of mortgage fraud, 7 counts of money laundering, 5 counts of forgery, 7 counts of issuing a bad check, 1 count of communications fraud, and 1 count of a pattern of unlawful activity. That's 2 criminal trials. We're watching the first one. There's going to be another one. I don't know if they live stream that or not. I hope they do. But what this private investigator was hired for was because, and tell me if I get this all right from my research and what I understand, is Kouri sued Eric's estate because she thought she's going to get everything and didn't. And so they then countersued. Okay, so that is separate from these 2 criminal cases, right? And so the financial crimes case, that's a different one, as I say. The civil case refers to separate lawsuits. And I think Sky Lazaro, her former attorney, is going to be working with her on that one. I think that's why she withdrew, because it all got a little too entangled there. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. TyBZ, thank you so much. So, in 2023, firstly, 2 separate lawsuits involving Eric Richins' estate and trust, primarily filed by his sister, Katie Richins Benson. She's the estate representative and trustee. In 2023, the estate filed a $13 million civil suit against Kouri, but Corey's the one who started it. She tried to sue them first, right? Okay, and her realty company, and the alleged theft of hundreds of thousands from Eric's accounts, fraudulent loans, credit cards in his name, misappropriation, and other improper financial actions. Kouri countersued in civil court claiming entitlement to portions of Eric's assets and all of that. She's like, I want all that money. So the civil matters focus on estate distribution, asset ownership, recovery of alleged stolen funds, and family trust issues. But that's separate to all the other stuff. So can you imagine the amount of contractors that Kouri didn't pay? The amount of, like, even the housekeepers, the contractors with the flipping houses, the homes that were foreclosed, all of that. Like, Kouri, this is only the beginning. This trial is the most serious charges, murder charges. But there's so much more. Can you imagine? Okay, let's carry on.
So can we play for the witness only clip TG10?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
Like, is the defense literally watching our stream? Because Kouri's no longer drinking with their teeth. Like, what the heck? And they were like, Your Honor, the state is apparently making faces at the jury. Now, there's a couple of people I've seen on social media that said that, like, oh my word, look at the prosecution's face, just like listening to, but not making faces at the jury. I just wonder, we do know that in all the trials, both sides will usually have somebody watching all these live chats, you know, to gauge how it's going. So, but Kouri definitely drinks her water a different way now.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO.
Ma'am, oh my word, please never do that again. Did you hear that? Oh no. Oh my word, that was, that was so bad. Ah, none of that.
10073. Do you have that one? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable.
Oh, shame. Oh, shame, man.
Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor, so we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Okay.
But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd have to.
Why must the defense keep saying you put it in your Tesla? Like, you could say put it in your vehicle. Are you trying to like throw shade because, I don't know what. It's like, you put it in your Tesla, sir.
See the video.
So
That's why I make them.
You removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it?
I don't recall that, no. I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay, so you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet, is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith,
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay, but you didn't have a combination.
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And, I'm sorry. You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll put.
Based on Kouri's face, I'm just assuming that the jury's faces are like, because she looks really worried now, like, oh no, like, what? Are they upset? I mean, probably. They're probably all like, I'm just guessing.
Say that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop, so can we queue up for the witness only GXO 10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this?
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on just a moment. 1055. See if you can find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents. Nope. Okay. All right, we'll get the safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue on a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car?
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that is prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh. I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone.
Nick Bonsavage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence, and I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
Okay.
I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber. And when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want to.
In fact,
say
you
it that way.
went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be...
Oh my. Yes, I did. How many times? I don't recall the number of times. It's not relevant to me. Oh my goodness, like these clapbacks are amazing.
Relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that? Oh, can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right. Also in here, you accuse Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner?
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that, yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
But prior to Norma...
Mr.
Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the cloud.
You said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case?
Right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. Okay. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
As you were culling through your hypotheses, obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Is it going to be nothing further? Like, what do I do, guys? Corey's like, do something, do something. Oh, my goodness.
This was sitting here.
Corey's very worried, as she should be. That was quite something. I think we're all grinning like, right about him. Well, that was interesting. We like this guy. Good job, sir. Every lady said he's a little bit snark. A little bit? He's a full-on grizzly. He's one of us. we claim him. Sir, you are an honorary grizzly. Everybody's asking me to interview him. Sir, if you'd like to contact me, talk to us. I don't know, what do you guys want me to ask him? grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Oh my goodness, all of them consulting in the corner. Kouri's got her arms crossed. You better do something, defense. She's not paying them, by the way. They are private attorneys, however, in this case, they are in public defender role. Sorry, Kouri. You can huff and you can puff, but Sammy Jones says, Grizzly, can he join our gang, please? I'm claiming him as one of ours. Whether he likes it or not. No, I'm just kidding. But I do think we can say he's an honorary Grizzly, right? Oh my word. That was brilliant. Sure.
When you reviewed Eric's texts, did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that. I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
And even if it was yes, who gives a crap? Because Kouri was having a full-blown affair, booking a holiday, which was so happened to be booked for a month after. She booked it in December of 2021 for April of 2022, and her husband died from an overdose of fent, which she bought, and the state has proven, in my opinion, right? We know that, right? Okay, in March of 2022. She didn't go on the holiday. She pretty much ghosted her paramour, by the sounds of it. Kouri, what the hell? I think she couldn't pay. But even if there was sexting or a corn buffet. Oh my word, that was from the Brian Walsh trial. Brian Walsh and his corn buffet. Oh dear, we didn't need to hear all of that. Anyway, what does that matter? You know what I mean? Glitter is forever said happy birthday. Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Attorney, ma'am, I lied about the time. I just wouldn't phrase it like that, but okay.
Sir, do you recognize
Perjury.
that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
All right, sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.?
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about, and that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
Understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier, he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
Correct.
Okay.
Objection. There's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
There's a 901 problem here. I'm done with it, Your Honor. Eh? So you knew what you were doing, ma'am. Okay. There's a... Damn, this witness. We needed this witness. Wow. Aaron said, man, he puts her in a place. Right? Shame. Katie and her husband. Stefan's like, oh my word, Nestor. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate, based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she voluntarily spoke to you?
She called me.
And talked to you voluntarily?
She did. And I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never, to this day, have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. But she called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
It's getting so bad. Thank you, Jan Hill. I was also Googling because they said objection. We've got a 901 issue here. And so a 901 problem in law, specifically in U.S. federal litigation, refers to challenges in authenticating evidence under federal rule of evidence. So, yeah, with the carrier records and then saying that it's from Eric's phone, which, you know, I know it could sound the same, but it's not the same. Those questions, it was objected to, and then they moved on to other questions. Mexico and the likes. Yeah, Kouri, are you reading the room? So this guy said, no to Miss Nestor. Yes, your client called him. And it's when she still had Sky Lazaro, though, as her attorney. Right? So I would say Kouri either called the private investigator to, cuck him out, because he said that she sounded angry that he had contacted one of her business associates, or that she called him to try to manipulate him, as we've heard her do on other calls, those attempts, like when she recorded that call when she was talking to Bryce, and Chelsea was also in the room. Remember that one? Yeah, and so he was like, you can't do this. No, not without your lawyer present. Oh, hell no. And then from then on, he couldn't talk to her. So her lawyer obviously said, no, man, you're gonna incriminate yourself.
Your Honor, can I have just one moment?
For what?
Being any
Oh, sorry. There you go. Sorry about that. Can't go forward much.
Okay.
Here we go.
I asked you whether you recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
doesn't
now
identify anybody.
Now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
Sounds like sarcasm to me. Right? Okay, Nestor. That's a desperate one.
Did you see sexting
Meaning the defense move here. Ooh, that's desperate. Okay.
between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
What?
Katie.
Stop it. Oh, my word. The defense attorney. So, with Eric, in my opinion, if you hear, it sounds like, in the context, we don't have all the, we can't even see it right now, but it just sounds like, yeah, Kouri and I, we're going to start an open relationship tonight, so I'm bringing you home. That sounds funny, like a joke, like Todd thought it was too. And then the defense attorney's next question is, did you see any sexting going on between Eric and Bryce? I'm like, what?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm
Okay.
talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Let's see. Just a moment.
Did you or did you not see any eggplant emojis being sent? Is that gonna be the next question? Any corn? Any eggplant? Any pickle picks? Did you? Oh man, at this point you just gotta laugh at this line of questioning.
Court's indulgence for just a moment.
I think we should put Miss Nestor on the stand. Did you see any sexting going on between anyone? Would you like to put that into evidence there? Nancy, thank you so much for the 5 snarky coffees. Could we publish that, Miss Nestor? Huh?
Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory? Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Kouri,
Honestly,
seriously, Kouri, you're gonna make that face now? She's like, and Kouri, like, oh my goodness, it's too much.
no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
Tell us what
So
it
how
is.
many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that.
Yeah,
I resist
we
your
all do.
characterization.
I resist your characterization. Me too. You are villainizing these texts, Nestor. Shh. Sexting? No, go to Kouri's phone for that. That's where you're going to find that with your client. She's going to show you what that's really all about. We don't want to see that. Please don't publish any of that.
These are 2 friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So, do I recall it? Well, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you read them all,
I'm sure that I did.
and it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature, and you interpreted it all as joking?
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what is...
And defense, are you trying to give Kouri more motive?
Did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from Mr. Gabler?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Sorry, sir. Just a little bit longer. Wow. What a mic drop, defense. Amazing. What amazing cross-examination. What the hell was that? My goodness. I would just be like, so you're giving Kouri more motive to be angry with Eric, or what are you trying to say, huh? Brenda Brown said, gee, I love watching you. Happy birthday. Please, no pickle pics. No, we don't. Thank you so much for your sticker.
The text, they're a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
From August of 2018. Holy crap, Nestor. Holy crap. Not going to specify when?
There wasn't any serious read that Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
0.
And if they were, how does that work for the defense? Because again, I'll say, I think it works then for the state to be like, damn, Kouri found out, and she was even more livid than we know her to be. It's not going to be like, yep, that happened. So then he ate a bunch of gummies, which he didn't, because it wasn't in his system. Okay. And just took himself out. Come on, defense. Where does that go?
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Shame. Thank goodness. Oh my word, that was terrible. Bridget Carlson said, I can't believe she's trying to make him look bad. And she's the one that was out cheating. Shame on her, and happy birthday. Mine and 18. Well, thank you so much. Brenda Brown, welcome. Okay, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, sir. Shame. Looks painful, man. You did very well, sir. Grizzly's giving a round of applause.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate time to recess for the day?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing for the evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about the case at all. Please do not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. Kouri, look. Yeah, it's going downhill now, Kouri. Very much so. As if it didn't already with the Google searches and everything else we've seen. This was bad. This was so bad. What a great birthday that was.
Folks, have a seat.
I won't forget it. You know? What a great witness today. I think that was my gift. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for all that snark and that sass and just clapping back and making sure. No, I do not accept your characterization of that. Thank you, sir, because damn.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, in docket, if you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense, but if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've reviewed each of those portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Kouri, think about all that tonight. That was wild. Damn. That's a cross-examination. We're not going to forget that one ever, right? I'm sure in other trials will be like, do you remember that? Oh, my goodness. Cat Fab says, happy birthday, G. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for all your support, for being here to watch this trial day with me. We're now going to teleport to or redirect to day 11. And that sounds like Detective O'Driscoll. Lead detective is going to be taking the stand tomorrow, and that's the state's final witness. So I'm hearing jail calls. I don't know. What else you got there, sir? You got the orange notebook, the walk the dog letter? What else? We want to see it all tomorrow. I cannot wait. I don't know if the state will rest tomorrow or not. Maybe it'll be 2 days of Detective O'Driscoll or 3. How do we know? But I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much all for your support and for all the birthday wishes and stickers and coffees and PayPals. Holy crap, you spoil me so much. I really, really appreciate it. It's because of you that I can do this full time and have these long trial days without ads every 6 minutes. There's no ads on them, you see? So thank you so much. Thank you, mods. And I'll see you over there. Also, lastly, if you want to see what I did for my birthday, we celebrated yesterday because today's like trial day. That's on Patreon. That's on the members only live stream. Go check it out, right? All right, I'll see you. I'm going to put the link for day 11 in the chat. Click on it, go there, click notify me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.